bum, bum. Okay, cool. Hello and welcome. Welcome. Maybe a third welcome. Hi Reaper, how's it going? Hello and welcome to another Wednesday session with whoever this girl is. Hi, so I'm gonna do the little quick spiel for everybody who's gonna be watching this VOD on YouTube after the fact really quick while we wait for people to come in. So if you're watching after the fact, hello, I am Ashley, and I like to just kind of play up in ZBrush and create concepts out of like a chaotic mess of stretched polygons that turn into sort of like a conceptual abstraction, right? So I like to look at it in a little bit more of like a fun, artsy kind of a way. These kinds of sculpts are not really what you would use as your final in production or anything like that. It's just sort of the same idea as if you were to open up your sketchbook and just have fun with it, full well knowing that if you like the concept you're going with, you can always fix it later and make it into something that's easier to retopologize, easier to for riggers, etc. Right? So this is just conceptual fun, and this session is more like we're just hanging out, having fun, talking about whatever. So you can ask your questions as they come in, and I will do my best to answer them. But if I'm like doing something and you're like, oh, how the heck did you even do that? Make sure like ping me in the chat so I know to talk about it more, because sometimes I just kind of glaze over things, not realizing, oh, I should talk about this, right? So just ask anything that you want and I'll do my best to answer, and really we're just gonna have fun with it. That's what these sessions are. It's just like a sketching. Hey Rat, how are you? Ratatouille, sorry. Hey Cam, how's it going? I hope everybody is good tonight. Okay, and the chat is working. Okay, good. Awesome. So I'm just gonna probably get started here. I don't really know what we're gonna do at all. We never really have any idea or anything like that. We just kind of go with it. So let's see what we end up with. You've made your first model sale. Oh, congratulations. That's actually awesome. Really cool. Good for you. I know the first time anything, you sell anything for whatever it is that you're doing, your first job you get, the first time you, I guess in your case, sell a model, all of that, it just feels really good because you're like, oh, I'm starting to get to a place where people will find this useful. It's a furry. A Furby? Oh, nice. Hi, Gorans. A dragon. I mean, sometimes we default. Impatient to see what it'll end up like. If you don't have the time to hang around, it's totally understandable. It's a 4-hour session. So like, if you don't want to like hang out, you could always just scrub the video later on, right? Because all of these are saved as videos on YouTube. I try not to like rush myself during these streams. Like if I were doing this for work, things would be going a lot faster, but you know, it's one of those things where I like to just chat with you guys. Like if you have anything you want to talk about in particular, anything like that, it usually it's nice to not have to like rush through things. So one thing that I do really enjoy doing though, personally, is just doing a lot of like masking and pulling. You know what I mean? I do a lot of masking and pulling to create like some shapes, especially right off the gate. Right out of the gate, right off the gate, right out of the gate. Yeah, that's how you say it. And I will always be like, you know, when you're working with abstract shapes like this, at the beginning especially, it's good to zoom out and see what it is that you're doing instead of like getting really close up, especially when you're working really low poly. It's just a better idea to not worry so much about any details until much later on. So then you can get something pretty strong in terms of a shape right out of the gate. Said that twice now. Right out of the gate. Right out of the gate. Right out of the gate. You're thinking about going to the summit? Please go on a trip or something so you have a chance to win? Oh, I'm not. Oh, okay. So you mean you're gonna participate in the Sculpt Off? I don't think I'm going to be doing that this year. I don't think I'm gonna participate in the Sculpt Off this year because I think it would be weird. It would be weird for me to do that when like I would just be doing it for fun, right? But I don't want to ever like give anybody the wrong idea that I'm like trying to like take away their glory or something, right? I think the Sculpt Off is super fun and you guys should all sign up and participate in it if you can, which if you go to the Pixologic website, you can actually sign up for the summit Sculpt Off. Last year I participated. I got second place, which was totally unexpected for me because I honestly was just doing it because it was fun. It was like, it's one of those things, you're given 3 hours, you're given a topic, you sit down and you're like, okay, how much can I do in 3 hours? You know what I mean? So it's a really like intense but fun process that you do live with everybody else who's participating with you. So if I were you guys, I would definitely participate in that. Everybody submits their stuff at the exact same time. It's just a really, really good fun thing. But I don't think I'm going to be doing that this year. I will be on the sidelines cheering everybody on. But you should definitely participate. It's a lot of fun. A lot of fun. You can't make a model in 3 hours? Well, you can like... See, the thing is, they give you the topic, right? They'll give you the topic before, like, maybe like a week or so in advance. And then you can practice before you go live. You don't necessarily have to do everything all at once. But it is like vanilla ZBrush, right? So you're not able to like bring in IMMs, like, you know, meshes to start with or anything of that nature. Which makes it like super challenging, right? Because then you're just like, okay, I gotta figure something out in 3 hours with just what comes with ZBrush, which is a task, I tell you. It's a lot of fun though. I wish I could participate this year, but I'm not going to be. But when the summit rolls around, you guys will see exactly what I mean and why I'm not going to be participating. I have reason. Hey, Ravlin, what's good? You'd like to, but you're not able to produce something so quickly. That's okay. That's okay. And if you're not like down with the pressure either, that's understandable. But if you're into like the whole competition scene and stuff like that, it's a lot of fun just to be a part of it. Now curious about reason. You're gonna have to wait. You're gonna have to wait and you'll see. You'll see why. You'll be like, oh, that makes sense. That would be weird if you were participating in that as well. It'd be kind of a lot. I'm also just like super busy, so I also probably wouldn't have like there would be like no guarantee that I would actually be able to take that day off of like work to do the sculpt off either. So it's just, you know, just ends up being like a, you know, maybe next year. Maybe next year. The one thing though that would be really sick is getting a printer, but you know, one of you guys here is gonna win that. I'm assuming that they're gonna have like a printer as like a prize this year. Be sick. Like the Formlabs one. Already off to a great start. Thank you, Ryan. There's not really much going on here except for very large shapes, so it's gonna... There's so many pros in the summits. So what? Why not give it a shot? It's a lot of fun. Even if you're going against pros, like if you're doing it for like, I am only gonna do this because I have an opportunity to win, you're already gonna miss out on the whole aspect of like, it's so much fun to participate in, you know? Do it as sort of like a self-challenge, like just see like how much can you do within the 3 hours. Took 6 hours to make a pendant a couple of years ago, and you could probably redo and improve it, but the original I had cast in solid silver, that was expensive. Yeah, casting anything in solid anything is very expensive. That's why you see so much jewelry that's just like a coating of gold or whatever, because like solid, like that's intense. Can you make a request for this sculpt? What's your request? There will be... Oh man, this is looking kind of like Deoxys. I don't like that. Hey Scott, what's good? In 3 hours you'll have done what I got down to. Nah, dude, you get time to practice too, right? Like, so you could be doing the same thing like in the week prior to that. You could practice, work up to it. From Stranger Things, it's probably because of the frills, right? Donate money to me. You don't need to donate any money to me, Cam. I'm fine, thank you. You want a full seat keyboard? Oh, a full seat of keyshot. Wow, I just went full like... What in the world? Hi, Jose, how are you? A full seat of keyshot. Yeah, I got that. That was one of the prizes last year. Very nice. Now I have full seat of keyshot as well. It was very nice. Participate in the sculpt off. Maybe that's one of the prizes. Who knows? Greetings to Bolivia. Hi, Victor. How are you from Bolivia? All the participants get their whole sculpt finished by the end of the event. Not everybody finishes, but everybody has fun, right? So like everybody gets it to some sort of a submission point. I think you can see what the last year's results are on their website, on the Pixologic website. Actually, let's see. Did Nightbot spam us with that yet? No, it didn't. You'll see as the stream goes on, Nightbot will start like talking about the summit. Oh, there it is. Look, Nightbot just put it in right now. Here, let's check it out. Thank you, Nightbot. It's almost as if it's listening to me. Here, guys. Look. Because, like, I'm not gonna be a part of this. I'm gonna, like, force all of you guys to be a part of it because it's so much fun. Like, trust me, it's so much fun. This, so it's free, right? All you gotta do is be able to stream it. So if you don't even need a webcam, I don't think. You just have to be able to stream your progress so that they can be like, okay, yeah, you did do this in 3 hours. You know, it's standard. But yeah, like, just enter all of your information right here. If you're either going to be streaming on Twitch or YouTube, whatever your channel ID is, so your username, mine, for example, on Twitch is A_cubed, whatever that is for you. And yeah. Let's see. They've got, yeah, so look at all these artists who've already, look at all of this. Look at all of them. Look at all of these people you're going to be streaming with. Isn't it fun? Look at this list of people. It's even bigger than last year's. That's crazy. Don't you want to be a part of that? Like, that just sounds like so much fun. Ooh, this is a different Ashley, isn't it? We are Legion. Look at all these people. That's crazy. Definitely be a part of this. Do they have the sculpt off from last year? Maybe I can find that. I'll try and find that and show you guys. But definitely check it out. It's so much fun. Highly recommend it. Hey Marcino, how are you? Asho. That's what DZ calls me. Asho. So I'm digging like this kind of like S curve that's happening on the front here, but then, or on the side view anyways. I really like this S curve. And we can do something like this. I'm trying to figure out like the rib cage here, so I really want to push this sternum like super far out. Come down like that. We'll give this some more muscle mass on the side. Yeah, we can give him a little bit more chunky chunk. Give him some of that ab action right up there. In terms of shapes. Where's his pelvis gonna be? Do something like this. Come back around. So all of this too, when you dynamesh this stuff, it ends up being usable. So right now you're probably looking at it like stretchy, but think about how dynamesh literally makes everything usable geometry, and you can actually work low poly like this and stretch like crazy and get some really interesting shapes regardless that you can then sculpt off of. So not really digging this face here. Think I might do like a full continuation of like the neck into the face area. Fold that down. Yeah, And then we'll give him just a sideways mouth. Some sideways lips, you know? What is that? Like the Spider-Man kiss is upside down. What would this be? The gecko kiss? Because they're always sideways on the walls. Orchid man, yes. Yeah, it does. It feels like that. Very much an orchid type thing. I love putting flowers into creature concepts because flowers can be so crazy looking. And I have like an even larger appreciation for them too now that I've started like doing photography. I'm not very good at photography, mind you, but getting like macro shots of flowers, it is just see all the details and everything in the little I don't know what the scientific names for the little spore holding, pollen holding doohickeys, the pollinators are. Forgot. My language is not very good, but those are always very interesting looking. Take lots of pics of Monty. Oh, trust me, I already have. I did like a whole bunch of, because my phone can do slow motion. I've been doing like a whole bunch of like Monty licking things in slow motion videos. It's just like my phone is full of like Monty going, "Blam." Hey Andre, thank you. You're the best for being here and supporting and enjoying. That was lame, I know, I'm sorry, but you're cool, thank you. Stamens, yes, you are correct, actually, Reaper. That rings a very good bell, and I think you're right. Stamen, yeah, I think it is. I think you guys are right. I missed your request. What did you request? You're in there somewhere? Hell yes, Ratatouille. Where did you request? I didn't see. Oh, make him insect wings. Got you. Maybe we'll incorporate that technique that I showed you guys in another stream about how you can just take like an alpha and just immediately turn it into geometry. Maybe we can incorporate it in a way that's not direct insect skins. Maybe we can use it as like a design element instead of wings. Because I just like, I don't want to just put wings on everything, you know what I mean? Good afternoon, Gorbulin. Venus flytrap mouth. Yeah, I'm gonna split it off actually. I'm gonna split it off preemptively because we're probably gonna want to get a little bit interesting with that. And yeah, kind of a little bit on the route of the Stranger Things type deal, but I'm gonna try and keep it away from like the corpse plant that it's kind of based off of. I think it is. It's like the Demogorgon is kind of here. Let me show you. Not the corpse plant. Which one is it? I'm literally just looking up Demogorgon plant. What is it called? What is that called? The corpse lily. Yeah. So corpse lily, I think, is more of like what the Demogorgon is based off of. You can probably see that there. This is literally a Demogorgon face, you know? Like they quite literally just took this flower and they were like, this is our creature now. So that's pretty cool in my opinion, but that I'm gonna try and stay away from that so that we're not encroaching this Demogorgon thing, right? But we can still use like orchids and things of that nature, kind of like how mantises have that look. It's kind of neat. There's like some floating triangles and like whoosh, kind of like, you know, some of you are probably looking at that like, oh god, what in the world is going on? It's okay, trust me, it's fine. I'm gonna save really quick. Because when we have all of this artifacting, you can literally just Dynamesh it, and it turns into usable, interesting geometry for your sketches. Whoops. No. Sorry. That was me. Don't worry. Don't freak out. That was me. That was my bloop. I named something wrong. No more. Mantis yeah, orchid mantises are really cool. Alright. Do a close hole on that. Yeah, that'll be good to have on the sides. Okay, and then this. And close holes on that one too. Mirror weld. So when you do close holes on things or split things off when it's this low poly, I would recommend doing like a mirror and weld if you want to keep your symmetry, because sometimes it just totally gets a little bit wonky, because you can see how much we're pushing the geometry and totally like stretching it out. But honestly, stretching, not even scared of it. A lot of fun with stretching here. Have this entire like back part of the head just hanging back over top of, give it like kind of like an ear. So hanging right there. And then we can get this shoulder piece looking a little bit more interesting. This needs to come out more as a deltoid. Because I'm thinking like, okay, there's like a bone in here, right? Like, it's got a lot of human anatomy. I'll probably start taking away from that. The plant was based on the Demogorgon, right? Sorry, my bad. Sorry. Demogorgon definitely was first before the before the chicken or the egg. Hi, Beck. No worries. You're not that late. I'm just hanging. Or give it guns. Guns, dude. W-O-E. Wings on everything. Hi, how are you? How are you doing? Frig, I totally forgot how to pronounce your name again. I had it the other day, and me being the dummy, is it, Daisuke? Daisuke? Think I got it? You can laugh at me, I'm sorry. If you guys see in the chat, he's another, streamer. So definitely go and check out the other streamers for Pixologic as well. I got it! I got it! I'm so proud of myself. Thank you. Okay. That's awesome. I remember. I always feel so bad because like I'm really bad at pronouncing people's names, and that's my own like that's my own fault. So I always like go after like stream if I like mess somebody's name up. I always go and like look up like the proper pronunciations, and I try and like ram it into my head so I remember. Well, they're hard too when you only know one language. As like the culturally dumb that I am. I only have English, right? So like I'm not very well versed, and I know that like it's stupid. Like I wish I were better at that. It's a self-consciousness thing of mine. Never mean to misname anyone or pronounce their names weird. I am the culturally insensitive one. Alright, let's get like let's just like squish everything back here. I think that would be kind of cool. If everything exists, like all the muscles and everything, but it's just like just squished and almost like maybe it works backwards. Maybe we can figure out how this actually functions backwards. Like it grabs backwards and things. And it kind of does like a flipping motion. Maybe that would be dumb. So this thing right here, it's kind of like in the way. But I also like don't mind that. Just trying to figure out like now like how would that even function? What is it just the serving what purpose? Usually like I don't really care during these streams, but I'm like, this one in particular is standing out to me. Song thing comes on right now and literally telling me don't overthink things. Honestly, for me, yeah, names are harder than sculpting, and some people view that as like, oh, well, you just don't respect people, but I don't know. It doesn't have anything to do with that for me. Yeah, I know. Let's keep it fun and simple. I know. This song, we're just interpreting it that way, but it's pretty funny. The timing of this song. Don't overthink it. I'm thinking maybe we'll give him like let's see what kind of legs we want here. And if he's even going to be, I kind of want to like not leave him as like a bipedal though, or maybe a bipedal but like some extra functionality, because I don't know, I'm just like tired of always making bipedal kind of like aliens. I'm gonna try something else, like how would that work? That wouldn't work. What if, okay, we can do like a whole bend right like this. And then that could be like this. So when it comes to blocking out muscles for me too, I usually just do big cuts like this instead of like finagling things. Just to get it done fast. Just block, shape. Kind of joint system. Do we want insecty? We could go a little bit more insecty here. Getting maybe some webbing going on. I'm gonna really incorporate that feeling of like orchid and flower through the rest of this for sure, but I want it to feel alive in the sense of like it's not just a plant. So when you're doing like webbing and things on low poly stuff, it's super easy to just like mask off a thing like this and just like pull like you just saw. Then you just get that like quick feeling of webbing. This will serve pretty good for, we could get some like bark stuff and like some segmenting. Yeah. And then some sort of like a knee, not knee, but like a joint. Yeah, knee I would say is like a knee area right there. Kind of like push it a little bit. Yeah. Here, pull that down over top so we get some interest in the inner part of the thigh. Well, the thigh type thing, right? Welcome to the gun show. When and how did I start my streaming activity? So, I started streaming like when I got my first job. I was inspired by my friend who I was working with at the time, who she was super cool. She liked to go home after work sometimes and just like stream herself painting, and I was like, what the heck? Like, you do that? You can do that? I had no idea about streaming or anything like that before I met her. And she was like, yeah, like you can just like, it's a lot of fun because you can talk to people while you're doing art. And I was like, that does sound like a lot of fun, like a whole lot of fun. So she encouraged me to try it, and I started like doing sculpting on Twitch because of that. And after doing it on my channel, my own personal channel, like with a pretty small audience for a while, like maybe a year, I was made aware that Pixologic was starting like their own streaming service. So I threw my hat in the ring, and here I am. So that was pretty cool. And I think I've been doing it for like 4+ years now or something like that. I've been streaming for many years. You rarely see that masking for the muscles, but it's a very smart way. It's just a fast way of doing it, like blocky, and it's inaccurate sometimes, most of the time, but it's like it gets you where you need to go, and that's like the most important thing for me, is just getting where I need to be, and then you can refine later. Hey Fokine, I hope I'm saying that right. What feature would you like that is not there in ZBrush yet? I always have like a hard time with this because like I usually just take what's given to me and work with it and run with it, you know what I mean? But I think if anything, it would be like if you deleted a subtool, you could Control-Z that. You know what I mean? I think you know what I mean. Like if you because like sometimes when like folders are closed and I click something, like I alt click to switch around on my subtools a lot. So when I click on one of my subtools, like, and I click delete on that, if I think it's like a duplicate and I'm not paying attention if the folder is open or closed, then it can delete like everything, and I'm like, darn it. Right? And then I gotta go back to a previous version. So because of that, I think I would be cool to have like a Control-Z on deleted subtools. Other than that, I'm pretty happy. There's also... Alright, you guys have like a whole bunch of feedback. Wait, hold on. So I'm seeing... Hi, do you deal with a difficult concept problem that has a short deadline? How come that didn't show up in my restream? Okay, so some of the comments, like if I'm missing your comments, I'm sorry. Some things are not coming through on restream, but I have Twitch open that's showing me the other stuff as well. So, okay. How do you deal with difficult design problems that have short deadlines? Okay, so usually when it comes to short deadlines, if it depends on like the situation, I usually do exactly what like client says, like literally, like if they will, because part of the job is interpreting what somebody means. So if they if a client were to point to a specific image and be like, we want this, but not really, that translates a lot of the time to like, they probably don't want that. They're just looking for the vibe of it, right? Like they don't want you to go exactly on that. So you gotta like interpret what they're saying, but when you're under a tight deadline, try and pick out the things that they mean literally and give them exactly that. And then if you have any other time after the fact of getting that done really, really fast, tell them, okay, we still have some time. Do you mind if I try out pushing this a little further? The idea is to sell it first and then push it later when it's tight deadlines, right? That's like the biggest thing. So I would just go off of, like, if client is saying something very literal, like, you know, give me some images that just say yes to you, right? Like, yes, this is what I want. And then you go off of that as fast as you can. Otherwise, if they don't give you anything to go off of, then it's not really, like, don't worry if you don't nail something immediately, because that's just, it happens, right? You do your best. With deadlines, it's tricky, like really tight deadlines when it comes to designing things. Keeping you hyped up for sculpting? Heck yes. Yeah. Sculpting is always really fun, especially like, and I sculpt all day, every day, right? But when I come onto these streams, I'm always like still extremely hyped to just keep it going. There's something about like streaming and just like revitalizing the energy. There we go. I think that's a pretty decent proportion. Nice, and getting his legs kind of like twigs, right? Like kind of like sticks, like you'd see in plants, but not in 100%. Square knife tool. Square knife tool? Oh, you mean like it's like square and it just cuts? I feel like that stuff is a little bit more complicated than it seems like right up the bat. This activity you make and shared with us, the industry standard for share, fun, and learning. Wait, this activity that you make and shared with us is the industry standard for share, fun, and learning. Okay, got you. Yeah, I like to make sure that when I'm in these streams, because the thing is, right, like, your studies and everything like that are very, very important, right? Doing your artistic studies, making sure that you know what anatomy looks like in all of this. But at the same time, when I'm doing these streams, I like to reinforce the idea that you really always, when you're learning, especially, and for longevity purposes, first and foremost, you need to be having fun with art. Because if you don't, then you're not gonna learn enough about it. It's not gonna feel good to have this, like, oh god, I gotta do another skull. Like, if you have that frame of mind when you're doing things, it's bad for learning, and you're just not gonna improve as fast as you could be if you were finding ways to make it fun for yourself. Milk tree challenge. What the heck is a milk tree? That just, like, you say that and I just think of, like, in Canada we have milk bags that you can get from the grocer, and it literally is just that cow milk in a plastic bag. That's how a lot of it comes. And we do have cartons, especially in Quebec, but the rest of Canada is mostly milk bags. There's bags of milk. You say milk tree and I'm just imagining a tree with these bags dangling off. Like, that feels like some, like, NFT, like, piece of artwork. Hi Muhammad, how are you? The milk crate challenge? Oh yeah, the milk crate. That's where, like, people, like, try and, like, balance on all the... Where does this stuff come from? What is the point in that? Good job, you can balance on crates. I don't understand. Kids these days. You like to learn from people that you follow on their channel so they don't understand this kind of jobs? Obviously, it's for another activity. Oh, got you, yeah. Yeah, no. Some people, so some clients that I've worked for, they're actually very well adapted to artists who stream their process and things of that nature. And some of the some clients that I have, it's from like they're like, oh hey, like you stream, and they have viewed the stuff. So some people are more aware of that than others, but times they do be changing. Because, you know, like regular people, and you can't blame them, you tell them like, oh, streamers, they'll probably be like, what, you mean Ninja and Fortnite? If even that, right? So no, I like, you know, the emphasis is always on like, you know, sculpting and getting better here, but let's have some fun. Let's talk about random stuff. Half of being an artist, to be honest with you, is not just it's not just about like doing your studies and grinding and learning the fundamentals. It's about living life so that you have these experiences to put into your work. The more you get out, the more you talk to people, the more you like experience things, the better your artwork is going to be. And some people are going to say, that's very controversial. I don't think so. I like being in my home. And this is coming from somebody who is in their hole all the time. But you need to get out and experience things as much as you can, because it gives you more perspective to draw from when you're creating things. So, and I mean that not just in a visual library sense where you're going and looking at, you know, different animals and different locations and things like that that sit in your brain so you can recall them for design purposes. I mean like different situations and different people and emotions that you would feel in different situations. All of these things play a part in who you are as an artist and how you create things and what you find fun and interesting and what fuels your passions. So all of that stuff is important. And so I don't mind changing topic and talking about all kinds of random stuff here, because it's part of it, in my opinion. Being an artist, in my opinion, no matter what kind of an artist you are, is in its own right a celebration of life and a culmination of your life as well. So when you see people's work, you can see, like, a lot of the time, just kind of like a glimpse into their brain and what they've experienced, which is really a really cool thing. You know, in certain types of art, you can really amplify that in comparison to others. But regardless, it's a very interesting observation. Azuli. Welcome to my cave, shows room. Literally, this is where I am for like almost 2/3 of every single day. So it's basically my domain. I started, like, I know you can't see, but I've started, like, here, look. It's my new plant that I get to stare at all the time. Oh, yeah. It's a corn tree. This is a corn tree. And I called him Professor Cobb. Yes. Professor Cobb and I just hang out. Yeah, of course, the pandemic makes it difficult, but like that's assuming that you need to like travel the world or anything. I'm not extremely well traveled in terms of, like, you know, going to India and going to, you know, Brazil and all these other places that I would love to visit at some point in my life. But I'm not incredibly well traveled either. It's more of like a financial thing, right? Like not everybody can afford that. I just mean like in general, like how many experiences can you have, like even within your own community, and that can increase your perspective as well. I'm not an extremely sociable person in terms of like, I don't go out of my way to find people to talk to. But if you find yourself outside of your regular social circle, that's not necessarily a bad thing either, because then you're getting new perspectives. You can change the way that you look at the world. I always welcome a new view on things. I crave it, honestly. Yo, he's got that booty, though. You see that? Hey, Musa, how are you? The Dracana fragrance was a plant used in the NASA's clean air study, which proved to remove a considerable amount of toxins from the environment. Huh. That's actually really cool. Yeah, they're doing a lot of studies about growing crops in orbit right now on the ISS. Recently, God, which was it? They like recently successfully grew like a corn thing or something like that. I don't know. It was cool. I read about it and then I forgot about it, so. Space farming? When? Also, I saw another article that like they're thinking about building a telescope on the moon. Dude, that would be so good. Like no interference with like light pollution or anything. And you know what's crazy too? The better the telescope is throughout the years, the further back in time you can look, right? Like they can get closer and closer to the Big Bang with the better telescopes via the way that light travels, etc. It's kind of nuts actually when you like look at the stars up at night, right? It's a very simple concept, but I keep coming back to it because it's just like the coolest thing when you look up and you see the stars. Some of those are galaxies. They're not all just stars. Some of them are galaxies. Some of them are planets, right? Go and look at them and you're like, that what I'm seeing was so many years ago. It could be completely different now. It's just a fun, humbling thing. The craziest thing too, hopefully at some point I can get myself a telescope and a star tracker. I just don't really like have anywhere to put all that stuff, so I haven't been investing in it. Recently bought a tripod though, so I can use to try and do some like more moon photography. But did you know that you can actually like if the sky is dark enough, you can take a picture of Andromeda? Like it's nuts. With like a camera, you could take a picture of Andromeda. Like you don't need anything too crazy to do that, which just blows my mind. Easier to maintain than Hubble too, since it's not floating around in space. Yeah, exactly. I guess like the only thing is they'd probably have to like implement some sort of a vibration cleaning thing, you know, like the way that camera sensors like have like a vibration that they can do to clean off any like tiny dust. They would probably have to like implement that. I wonder how that would work on the moon, because everything is so fine. Everything, like all of that dust is just super, super fine. Yeah, hey Frank, I'm doing good. Stabilizers, dust cleaning feature. Yeah, there would probably, and I wonder how like they would probably have to send like crews to do maintenance every now and then too, right? you're moving away from the city soon into a small island 30 kilometers out in the ocean. Oh my god, you're gonna do the best astrophotography. I'm so jealous. You have no idea. Oh my gosh, I'm so jealous. I'm just dipping my toes into it now, and it is like wild. It's like so addicting, because then you just like, you start thinking like, how much can I actually take a picture of? Think I'm gonna like was thinking maybe I could brush this entire thing, make it, maybe it needs a little bit more space. Like I'm thinking of like giving it like a crunch, right? But I think also it could probably do with like a little bit more space. I'm gonna move it up a little bit. Yeah, it's better. Thanks, Ravelin. Wonder if we're ever gonna get to the level of the world of Cowboy Bebop and the colonized planets. I mean, not in our lifetime, but I'm as long as we don't destroy ourselves, it's definitely a possibility in the future. One experiment NASA will never do though. Snoot. Okay, all right. You know, Reaper. Thanks, Kel. We're gonna have a moon base around 2025, so it's like, yeah, they're also gonna be doing like a whole bunch of like mining on the moon and stuff. They're already trying to figure out like how can they refine the moon dust to get exactly what it is that they need and everything, because yeah, gotta mine everything. And they're already having debates too about what country can own what part, like which company, etc., can own what part of the moon. Whoever gets there first, do they own it? You know, they're already debating that stuff. It's so yeah, the moon dust is literally like the stuff that you would have in your, you know, like the insulation. Like it's so like super fine grain. It took out one of the rovers? Oh, I don't doubt that. Yeah. That's so difficult to like plan for though. Just like the extremely tiny dust particles. That's just gonna mess with everything. Alright, I think that's good. I kind of want to make this like hang off in like, oh! I'm gonna give him a hairstyle that's not actually hair, that's actually just like blobs and stuff, but it's gonna be there. I'm gonna do it. I just thought of something really fun. Let's do a deformer. Oh wait, hold on. I gotta grab all of this. There we go. Except From Castlevania, you can check quick. How... Malachi? Let me see. Who is this? Lassie from Castlevania? Oh, no, that's like Cthulhu. That's more like literally Cthulhu. Dude, that looks exactly like the Rick and Morty opening creature. Gottmik Gagatrondra? What the heck is all of this stuff, man? What is this? Wait. What is that? Oh my god. Yes! Yes! Exactly! Ravlin, yes! Do I sell custom brushes? No, I don't. But if you wanted like some cool brushes, you can check out another one of the Pixologic streamers, Pablo. He's got a lot of things on ZBrushGuides.com. Space can't be a property of any country, rich guys. You're sure about that though? Like actually. This... Space maritime law. Oh, the amount of cash flowing into that industry, dude. I know. Like, that's the one thing about like the future of space travel. Like, I'm excited about pretty much every aspect of space travel and, you know, planet exploration, etc. Except for when the money starts getting involved. Then I'm like, I don't know anymore, actually. I don't know if this is super cool anymore, actually. Starts getting a little bit, yeah. All I can hope for is that people learn from mistakes made on Earth and stuff, right? That's all I think anyone can really hope for. Oh, thanks. Yeah, there's Pablo's brushes. Thank you. I don't like this song. This is too much piano. Would I leave Earth and never come back? That really depends. Like, where would I be going to, right? Like, for me, the whole, like, because people are like, oh my god, I would definitely go to Mars or whatever. I don't think so. I don't think I would want that. I think the richness and experience is here on Earth currently. So why would I leave? When I can, you know, see plenty from Earth, essentially. That makes any sense? Like, it would just be really like uncomfortable to do space travel right now. Like, as much as I love space and everything to do with it, it's hostile. It's very it's unforgiving. There's not really too much in terms of like comfort. Like, I get claustrophobic when I'm in tight spaces too, so it's like being in a spaceship and stuff. I don't. But I think it's really like, it's really important that good space travel and all of that is continued, looked into, and funded. Did I see the inspiration for guys? Yeah, I saw that and they touched down. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. See that? Like, it's a short trip, right? Like, that's fine. Like, but if I'm going to like Titan, like the moons of Titan or whatever, or the moon Titan rather than the moon, that would be so long in a spaceship at this point. Like, there's no way. What I am really excited about, though, is the Dragonfly project, Titan's Dragonfly. When they launch that, and go and explore with a drone. Really sick. And have one corrupted politician as a companion. Fun. Hey Mike, what's up? How are you doing? Never seem to be watching when I salvage this crazy stretched areas. Do I dynamesh once established? Yeah, if it, like, and I usually just leave it for a long time because I'm just taking my time, right? But let's see, what's one part that I can yeah, we can mess around with this this thing up here, okay? Let's do that. Let me quickly save. Yep, that was me, by the way. My ding, don't have a heart attack. All right, so that's probably a little too high res. We could do maybe 56 for this one. So now that it's dynameshed, right? Look, see? It just literally takes all of the stretched geometry and I can quite literally go on top of it however I like. But it creates these really cool shapes to kind of just go off of. So it really is that simple. Salvaging it really is just a button, right? And then you just go on top. Va-va-voom. Pretty cool. Hey Poke, Mang. What's good? The only way they can enforce that is to try to restrict access to the moon from Earth, but with companies like SpaceX popping up, governments would probably struggle to control smuggling things to the moon, which means they won't be able to enforce territorial claims. Yeah, like, see, that's where, like, the argument of, like, is the privatization of space travel okay? Like, I mean, on one hand, it's like, why would you say no one's allowed to go to space, right? Like, that's just, like, telling people you cannot, you can't leave this planet. That's kind of crazy if you believe in, like, full freedom of things. But on the other hand, it's like, yeah, how do you regulate the unpredictable, predictable nature of people? You know what I mean? Do you play with the contrast slider with your method? I have, but a lot of the time, because I'm just so messy, a lot of the time I just kind of like go on top of it again, right? And again and again and again. Or I just press harder. Like, I don't really mind. If I'm doing like very specific alpha work, then I will use the contrast slider quite a bit just to make sure that I can get exactly what I want. Space cutters? Yeah. Dude, imagine, like, I 100% believe that stowaways are gonna be like a really big problem. Like the wider the, because okay, so weight is like a really, like, you have to be very, very specific right now about how much weight your rocket can have on it in order to actually be a successful launch, right? Because if you go over by just a smidge, especially on the earlier rockets, just a small margin of error, you're gonna get a crash. But with that margin of error getting larger and larger through more advances, stowaways is probably gonna be a big problem. Just people like somehow sneaking onto rockets or something. I can imagine, like, somebody's gotta write a short sci-fi, like just a tiny little thing about like a stowaway on a ship, but like not too far in the future or anything, right? Like just like the first stowaway or something to the moon, and they don't have the supplies to care for them or anything, and just make a drama about it. There's an idea. Go for it. Go. Somebody write it. The first stowaway. I would love that. That'd be great. Shut off the support to cargo hold stowaway problem solved. Somebody watches The Expanse. The Moonshin. Yes, there we go. Our family lived in the— oh no. Oh no. Once you land on the moon, the first thing you do is claiming your terraform. That would be like so barbaric, but I can imagine that being a thing. Dude, honestly, if you just leave people to their devices, they return to monkey. You know what I mean? Like, you just— okay, people, go be free. Return to monkey. It's just— Gosh, McGee, Shay, what's up? How are you doing, Steven? The Anderson is in chat. The Anderson. Guys, if you don't know, also, I'm gonna call them out again. We've got some streamers in chat. You should go and check them via ZBrush stream. Here, let me get the, do I have the schedule here? There we go. Check out all of the presenters via this link. Let me— oh my gosh, file not found. What? Present— Alright. Excuse me. Okay, I gotta find— okay, that link isn't working. Thank you. I gotta tell Kyle. ABBK! Wait, Adams is also your— Adams is a lot of people's last name. We're Legion. Same with Ashley. Ashley's a lot of people's first name. We are also Legion. And none of us are different. We're Smurfs, essentially. Okay, let me see. Presenters. All right. There we go. There we go. This is— here you go. Go and check out all of the presenters on ZBrushLive.cam. Imagine if they made a mega prison on the moon for the worst of the worst. Oh my god. See, that's another fun sci-fi, a contained sci-fi idea. Oh, well, Reaper, maybe you are just me. Regarding a tool for scale, a friend referred— oh, there you go. Nice. Nice. Look at this, resourceful. So resourceful. Dude, we're just like— we're on like a sci-fi talk tonight. Like, just a stretch, and I am here for it. I love talking about sci-fi stuff. If I have time later this week, like I mentioned, I just got like my first tripod. I'm so excited about it. And I have a I have two 2x teleconverter lenses, like add-ons for this 420 800 millimeter lens that I have, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I really want to try getting this moon thing down. Really want to try that, but I also just like don't want to look hyper conspicuous with like this tripod and like this massive lens that's literally like the length of my arm to my hand when it's like on the camera. But I'm hoping I have some time so I can try that out. I want to take a sick picture of the moon. Cord tree drifted to NASA, started sci-fi. It's what we do here. It's what we do here. I anger some people with that, I know, I'm sorry. Talking about other things is always so much fun. If you have any questions about my process, please feel free to ask. I will answer. I don't just talk about unrelated things, I promise. Though it is a lot of fun. We are on the Pixologic stream, so if you have any related ZBrush questions, ask away. For the macro, most of the time you won't need the tripod. Yes, true. Unless, so I've already started like thinking about things that I want to do, right? Like I want to like, because it's kind of hard to do things in the city without people like going like, why do you have that? What are you doing with that? You know, like it's, I feel very self-conscious when I go out for shoots with my cameras. So when I want to take pictures of things, I'm like, ooh, you know what I could do is just like pull up some weeds from the ground, grab some like pieces of grass, and I could make my own little tiny mini scene. You know what I mean? In like a little petri dish, and just like spray it with some water and things, and then have the tripod get some like really sick shots like that. I think that would be fun. So one thing that I'm like really grateful about, which I recommend anybody watching, if you do have a camera, use it and learn it, because it's very, very useful for actually learning how cameras perform in 3D. And that's one thing that for a while I didn't fully understand until I got hands-on with a camera. You know, like understanding what your aperture is, understanding you know, your focal lengths, etc. Like all of that's very, very useful for making cool scenes, even knowing how to light your stuff, just understanding a camera. And I'm thankful that I get to learn that. The reaction, dude, yeah. Don't you get that when you're out shooting? It's like, oh. I was taking a picture of a squirrel, right? Like I was just trying to like, just a squirrel. Like I was just trying to, like a basic squirrel picture. And this mom moved her kids out of the way really quickly. She was like, oh. Shut the camera. Oh. Moss terrarium, pretty interesting. Yeah, exactly. How will I retain all this detail that you're working on now? Will project capture all of it? Yeah, if I wanted to like retop all of this and then reproject details onto a subdiv, reprojection will work. You might need to like mask off certain areas or whatever, depending. Like this is pretty messy, so you might have to do some masking and do bits at a time. But yeah, it'll definitely capture everything. Can I get right in there and pull these out? I think that would be fun. Yeah, it should be good for photographing the moon. I won't get like the clearest picture ever, right? Because if I'm doing like a two 2x converters stacked on top of each other, that's a lot of glass. It's gonna be a lot of diffraction. But if I wanted to get like it'll get, I think it'd be kind of neat actually. Like I personally don't mind the look of the aberration that happens in the offset, as long as like I can get like a center pinpoint that's really focused. Okay, so here I want to try and maintain this S curve right here. Can I get that going a little bit more? Oh, pull that out with this one. Yeah, there we go. Try and get it kind of interesting on both angles. Yeah, exact 3D print. So that's the other gadget that I don't have yet. Oh my god, dude, I get so obsessed anytime. I am such a tinkerer, if that makes sense. Like, you give me a new tool and I'm just sitting there like obsessively looking at it, playing with it for like weeks on end. Like, I just want to know everything about it. .3D printer would be sick. It's like space in this. Like right now, my camera gear, like I need to get like another shelf and figure out where to put that even, because right now it's like, it's all taking up my kitchen table. I'm just like, got it all stacked, and like to keep everything safe, they're in like little boxes. It's like, yeah, where do we put these? Yeah. All right, so in another fun tips time, in masking, let's go down to masking and we can play around with the masks here. This is another fun thing that I like to do when I get all of this like messy detail in here. If you want to just start kind of like messing around with it, kind of do whatever, play around with things like mask by cavity, right? If you do that, now all of a sudden, and you can play around with like what the intensity of that would be, or what the profile would look like. So profile being like, this is like the lowest part, right? So it'll mask like that, and the curve will look like this. So it'll do a mask up to like a curving feature. If you think of this kind of like the geometry, so you can bring that down, make it more linear, and you get more of a gradient on everything, right? And if you do that, then you can start to push and pull things and make them come out more, etc. So you can have a lot of fun with making things look really distorted and pixely, see in the back here, and just kind of like taking the forward detail, putting it back, etc., etc., getting rid of that, and then kind of like smoothing certain areas out. Actually, we'll do that with the mask even. Can make sure that not all of this is pushed too far to the forefront, and give it a little bit of little chunky chunk. So I like to combine inflate with this as well. Some interesting shapes. Yeah, masking, I literally just use masking all the time for everything. Just mask. I'd be like, even when I used to do paintings, it was the same thing. I would just tape my canvas just like All right, like, I don't even know. I'm just gonna put a piece of tape here. So put a piece of tape here. Oh, these are not like real glasses. They just have a yellow hue on them because like I've been doing so much work lately and looking at screens so much that my eyes have started to be like whoosh. So I like just like letting them relax. Yeah, Eddie, dude, detailing is it's not the hard part, in my opinion, once you understand it. The hard part ends up being, you know, can you get your shapes right? Because everybody wants to jump to this part where, you know, and you see how messy it is, but it gives the idea, so it doesn't really matter. Everybody wants to jump to the detailing part so fast that they don't get their shapes right, and then you're just putting all of this alpha information on blobs, you know? Like, let's say you had a human face, but it doesn't look like there's an actual skull underneath that face. Like, what are you doing, you know? Are you just detailing a water balloon? Like, you gotta make sure that your shapes are looking good before you move on to that stage. Otherwise, you're gonna put all that detail on. It's gonna be so high res that when you realize, oh god, my shapes are not super good, there isn't actually a skull underneath this head. You know, it's just like a face blob. It's like, what it was that killer that like cut the faces, like they puts the lotion on the skin or whatever, and that's what it looks like. Like that's not. It's gonna be impossible to start moving that around afterwards because you're just getting all blobby and everything. It's not gonna look natural, right? So you want to make sure that your stuff is looking solid. I don't know why I said it that way, but I did, so you're just gonna have to deal with that. So to push that S shape, right? We're moving this outwards, and I really want this to be kind of like petal-like. That continues down into the neck, which is good. I'm thinking, whoops, thinking that these can be moved outwards. So I'm gonna mask right here, and I'll pull. Also, everything that I just said about details and things of that nature, if you're working this way, just know that if you're going to move your details around the way that I am right now, you need to do it with a very large brush. And keep in mind, even still, you're going to probably run into lumpies and things of that nature, but you want to make sure that your movements are nice and clean as they can be at that stage. Make sure your brush is very big. Hey Angelus, what's up? Welcome. Why not mask cavity with the inflate brush? Yeah, you could do that as well. I like moving things around personally. I like the stepping that it creates because it gives like, there's something interesting to work off of there, right? Personally, like it comes down to like, what is your preference when you do these things? You could always do it cleaner and do inflate and just like tap it to get exactly what you're wanting. Totally fine. When I'm just like concepting stuff, like I don't mind it being nasty, you know? Like I don't care. Alright, so here we can play around with the knife tool a little bit. Try and get shape. I'll fill that in actually. Just to keep it nice. There we go. That's it. The knife tool will do that for you. If you're curious, that's the new knife tool. You can literally just like cut anything you like. It is my best friend. I thoroughly enjoy the knife tool because it lets me do things like this, and I just don't care. I can do whatever I want. It lets me just be as messy as I want to be. Thank you, knife tool. Thank you, Pixologic. You guys are awesome. You gave me the knife tool. Cordyceps on the head, yeah. I think I'm gonna move towards more flower than fungus. That's kind of what I'm trying to do here. When the downtown lights start to come out at night, we go insane, and when I arrive, I start to lose my mind, I go insane, mushroom zombie. Those things are cool. Oh no, this song. Yo, same. All I got is ZBrush. He made a cordyceps troll while talking about internets and trolls. Nice. That's awesome. Okay, what do I want to do with these arms? Let's see. I think I'll do the same thing with this. I'll just grab all of it. It's too high res. Oh, you already told him. Nice. Nice. Awesome. Yeah, go click the schedule so you can check out all the presenters that are going to be streaming here on the... and do stream here. Actually, right before me, should go and watch, is DZ. Paul DZ was awesome. He's always really good at explaining things. Very calm personality. Very different from me. Every time that I stream sweating. I get so involved. I just, like, I'm all sweaty. Alright, so now we've got all of this stuff going. Kyle is the man. See if I can get anything interesting here. It's a sweat stream. It is. We've heard of hot yoga. What about? I don't know how to rhyme that. Whoops. Oh, also, guys, if you want to plug yourselves so that people know your streams, like, feel free. Like, you don't, like, I'm bad at like grabbing links while I'm streaming. So if you wanted to like share like your ZBrush stuff, go for it. Oh yeah, I just do this stuff on the stream. It's just sketching. It's nothing crazy. Look at that knife tool in action. Clip curve could never. Look at the knife tool. Look at it go. You'll be streaming on Saturday? If I have any suggestions for... You're asking me? Little me? Can I crack my voice? Little me? Does this have like cat purring in it? Am I crazy? This sounds like the song has cat purring in it. So another thing too, you see me just like masking and pulling things while I'm like doing my concept stuff. Like, this is just sort of like my way of like finding out if shapes work. So like, let's say I actually really liked this kind of a thing, and I wanted to make it like a full-fledged like creature that wasn't even just like a design. Like, I wanted to make this like a model. I would rebuild this area. I wouldn't be afraid to do that. I would just start blocking it out in primitives again, make sure that all of these separate things were its own shape, so everything could be nice and clean, right? Like, so this, when I like jot things down, think of it kind of like shorthand for things, just to get ideas. Because like, imagine, right, if I didn't know if I liked a certain shape, and then I decided to just like create a shape and start dragging it around everywhere, and then like spend all of that time and be like, oh, actually I don't really like that, but I was like dead set on making sure it was like clean and usable or whatever for the final, it would just waste a lot of time. So I don't mind doing like messy shorthands like this, and then if I wanted to make that its own object later, I would just rebuild this, right? All right, see you, Scott. Thank you so much for hanging out. Yeah, the knife tool. It is awesome. I love the knife tool. Sims, it's not, honestly, you'd be surprised. It's not really about patience, in my opinion. Like, studying is about patience, right? Like, you need to have patience for doing studies and things of that nature. But if you have like an actual passion to do this kind of stuff, it isn't about patience. It's more about drive, right? And that's why I say, like, try and find something that you find fun, because it'll take all of the work aspect out of it, and you can just be doing things that you think are fun and learning at the same time and getting better at it at the same time. It goes faster when you're having fun. What kind of creature is this supposed to be? Something like flowery, alien type thing. Definitely on the dangerous side. I think all of these things here could be like kind of like leaves. Also, if you wanted to move around your slice tool, by the way, you just hold spacebar and you can drag it around instead of like canceling your action every single time. Also, when you want to like mask off different parts of your mesh that are separated topologically, you just do what I just did right there, which is like drag with the gizmo. It'll mask along the direction of your topology. Yeah, the new tools make hard surface accessible to freaks like me. I mean, I was already doing hard surface before that for work, but now it just makes it like so much faster. Can you say to me how to create like a full body human from one sphere, because resolution is far too low for full body? Right, okay, so if you're gonna do something from your just a sphere, first of all, don't be afraid of doing things individually and then dynameshing afterwards, right? But if you wanted to do it that way, I would, you know, here, let me just like save this really quick. If you wanted to do like a whole body via just spheres, I wouldn't, like, if I were you, I wouldn't be afraid of just like duplicating off so that you'd have like one part be the torso, right? you know, this is the head right here. And then like block everything out kind of like this way. You know? And then once you have everything like blocked out, then you can like dynamesh everything together afterwards. It just depends on like, I guess, how you want to do your blockouts as well. Just don't be afraid to do multiple spheres and then attach it later. I just like, I don't like doing it this way. I have other ways of blocking out, especially if you wanted to like go faster, like Z spheres is one of them. But yeah, this is usually, so like, let's just say really quick, all of this is in a decent enough area. So let's say, blah, 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 let me like do that. There we go. Let's say that is something you wanted to attach to each other. You just like merge these two pieces together, right? And then you can dynamesh it and keep it at like a low resolution still. So then now they're attached, right? And you'd start working that way, but the resolution will keep going up. Now you want to like add in like, let's say arms, right? Keep in mind, this is like really not great. I'm going so fast right now. Yeah, so you wanted to like add in arms. And then you would do it like this, you know, just kind of block in where they're supposed to go, whatever. Drag it down, then you could do the exact same thing. Just merge it down, and then dynamesh. But make sure you have enough like space in between that. And if you merge them down, you can always just control click with your gizmo, move it up a little bit more, and then dynamesh, right? And then start working on the shapes like that are together like this. Right? This is awful, by the way. Don't follow this as like a human anatomy tutorial or anything, because this is very bad. But you get the idea of like, this is how we do it. And then you would just keep doing that for each piece, and you would make sure that your shapes are all working nice. You know, let's say for whatever reason you're like, yes, this is anatomically correct, which it is not. Right? Like, let's say you're like, oh yeah, this is perfect. This is peak human free. Then you would want to duplicate this off, go into your geometry tab, go down to ZRemesh, do a ZRemesh of it. Boom, right? And then this would be your cleaned up topology version. This would be your Dynamesh gross version. And let's say you wanted all of like this detail from the initial sculpt. You wanted all this stuff. Oh yeah, good stuff. You want that back? Then you just go to your duplicate, which is the ZRemesh version, and then you go project and project all, and you can start getting that back. You might want to increase the distance in order to grab all of that detail if the silhouette is like too different, right? So your distance right here. Then you get that detail back, but then you can subdivide and project again to get even more detail, right? So that's where the subdivisions come in, and now you can just keep subdividing. As you can see the active points up here, it keeps increasing, and then now you can get like really fine details in there, right? And depending on how good your computer is, right, it will depend on how high up you can go. So if your computer isn't doing too great and you can't get in your super fine details, then I would say don't be afraid to separate pieces. It's okay. If you're learning anatomy or whatever, don't worry about that. But ultimately what you're going to want to do is make sure if you're doing like a naked body, all of these pieces are fitting together logically, or it's going to be one piece. So what I mean by like separations, for example, you have like here on the hip, because I'm going to be doing some separation in terms of like muscles are going to be very defined and all of that, like the cuts here are going to be defined, you could technically keep this as a separate piece of geometry. It doesn't have to be the same one as this, because it will look like it naturally goes in there because there's like a separation in terms of the design anyway. So that's how you're going to want to like figure out how to separate your subtools too. Like not everything needs to be one thing, but if you're doing a naked human body, you're going to want most of that to be one thing, unless it's like, unless there's like a very obvious place to cut it off, which most situations there aren't. So if you can't get a ton of detail, it's okay. The main thing that you're gonna want anyways is a lot of strong shapes, your muscles all in the right places. If you can't get your pore detail and everything in there, that's okay. You could do that in the texture phase. You don't need to do it in the sculpt phase. Use Sculptress for creatures. Yeah, honestly, if that works for you, then that's great. Hey, Antonio. Am I sometimes streaming the cleanup final phase? No, I usually don't. I just sketch on these streams. Yeah, I literally just sketch on these streams. Time is it? Okay, almost break time. Let's see. We could probably get some teethies in here. You use the default IMM, or not IMMs. The let's do that. You use like some of these default ones. Let's check it out. Check out the default chisel. Cleanup does take a while. Does. Yo, what's up, Luke? Welcome. These are fins. Look at all these default chisels that we can use. We can also create our own. I don't feel like doing that though. Let's use the default ones. There's some crazy things. What is this? Oh. Oh. So, if anybody is curious, these are VDM brushes. And what VDM brushes do is essentially, it's more than just an alpha. It'll let you go underneath the geometry so you can get more 3D shapes. They're good for like really big forms. Like for example, a scale, you could pull out a scale and it goes underneath, right? Wanted like beaks and stuff like that, right? So you can pull out all of this stuff and it uses the geometry underneath to create these shapes. And there's just like a whole bunch of really like some default things in here. There's some big nose, I guess. You can pull out all of these things. Fun. Yo, they've got like teeth and stuff. Ooh, actually, what does that look like? Good. What happens if we spray this? Yes. Some time ago I talked about fundamentals. What do I mean by that? What can you consider a fundamental? You're doing 3D. No worries. Fundamentals comes down to a couple of things. This comes down to your design fundamentals, color theory, your anatomy, right? Like, essentially what you want to be able to do fundamentally is, if you're a character artist or an artist that does this line of work, essentially, you're going to want to be able to know how humans look. Not demonstrated by this little 2-second thing that I did. You don't want to be doing that and calling yourself a character artist, right? You want to be able to know where everything goes on the human body. You want to be able to know what is a primary, secondary, and tertiary shape. You want to understand how light affects form. You want to go to the very basics of art. And I don't mean that in just 3D. I mean that 2D, everything comes down, it boils down to the basics in art. How does light affect objects? What is bounce light? Chiaroscuro? You know, like, what happens when you mix in different colors with lighting environments? How does that affect form? How do you train your eye to look for the highlights on the forms that you're creating versus the darks, to understand something rotating in 3D and place it in different environments? How will it react alongside other shapes? The fundamentals all come down to the core concepts of what makes art readable and good right off the bat. Not to mention, you know, all of the other stuff that you can sprinkle on top, which is, you know, your ideas and your emotions and all of that. Those are not fundamentals, those are subjective. Fundamentals come down to your technical skill, and all of that is built upon your knowledge of shapes and how they interact with each other and how they interact with the environment. Now it looks gross very quickly. I know, but it's kind of fun, right? I'm gonna do a bloop, okay? Ready? Bloop. That was me. Don't be scared. Hello, Sergio. How are you? You love to hate that texture. Yo, you can even do it like this way. I don't think it's like as good though. Ooh, it goes on the back though, maybe. No, I like it used just a little bit. Just a little bit. Yeah. Can you hear Monty snoring, by the way, guys? I don't know if you can. I don't know if RTX is cutting it out. We're snoring so loud. Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo, basically all the Ninja Turtles. Yeah, if you can look to them and see how they handle forms, that's a great starting point. But there are a lot of resources online. If you just look at like art fundamentals, you can find a lot of that stuff that you should just burn into your brain. And then look at like pieces that you've done, like even drawings, and look at that and be like, okay, well, now that I know some of the fundamentals on a very literal, like, you know, like I read about them, right? How does that apply to my art? How can I make my art better by thinking of those? And you start to improve immediately by just knowing that there are rules out there. And once you get good at those, at following those rules, you can then know what, like when you're advanced, right? Then you know, how do I break them? How do I use them to contrast what it is that I'm doing? Contrast is another design tool, right? There's a lot of tools within design that you need to learn and figure out how is it that I can break this after the fact that you've got the fundamentals down pat. And no matter how good you are as an artist either, it's always a good idea to go back to the fundamentals once in a while just to refresh your memory and get seated again, you know? Like, not a bad thing. A green duck plushie with a wizard's hat? No. No, you're so far off. No. Thanks, Sergio. A Venus flytrap, kinda. No, I've got a red plushie. Got a cactus plushie. Got a plasma grenade from Halo. And I got a xenomorph. So no ducks for you. actually, move all of these upwards. There we go. Neato burrito. Wishful thinking. Wait, your coworker has it? Do you mean this? I have a whole loaf. That looked like I just pulled it out of my ass, didn't it? How did I make that pollen-looking thing on the surface? Spraying teeth. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Actually, did anybody ask that? I'm missing comments tonight. A loafer, yes. It's so sometimes my arm gets tired, so I just pull it up like this, and then it supports my shoulder. Because I've got like a lot of shoulder problems ever since like I ripped one of my muscles. Playing Beat Saber. God, that's never not gonna be embarrassing. Ever since I ripped one of my rotator cuff muscles playing Beat Saber, my shoulder has been garbage. So, I mean, it's not nearly as bad as before, but when it gets tired, I just use it as like a crutch. I'm so pathetic. No, you know why, right? Is because I actually did have muscles pre-pandemic. And then pandemic hit and I stopped going to the gym and I lost all my muscles. And I thought I still had my muscles. And so I played Beat Saber as if I had muscles. And my shoulder was like, yeah, nah. Nah, bro. What do you think? What is this? Oh well. Warm-up didn't matter for me. Of course I warmed up. Doesn't matter. Oops. Like this. Maybe not open. Doesn't work like that. Speaking of breaks, oh, it is time for a break. Monty does need to get shown to you guys. That's true. That is true. Let me finish this and then I'll shove Monty in your face. He's got his little donut hoodie on. Because he's got allergic dermatitis again, like on his tummy, and he keeps licking it and trying to infect it. So he's got his hoodie on again, his donut. Don't worry, he's fine. It's just corgis being close to the ground. This is a typical thing. They just, especially if they have allergies like he does, like it's dermatitis. So it's wearing that until it clears up. All right, let me quickly save Reno. Ding, that was me. Don't worry if you don't freak out. Okay, here. Let me grab a Monty for you. I will... no, I wasn't using AccuCurve, actually. AccuCurve is good for very pointy things, but I use AccuCurve only specifically for very, very pointy things in... Like, for something like this, for example, they're pointy, but I wanted to move all of them at once, so AccuCurve, because it's like, it's precision, it'll bring things to one point. It's not good for doing wider sweeps, right? So if you want to do a wider sweep, then you don't have AccuCurve on. Here, let me... There we go. Let me grab the boy. Hello, boy. Or wait, no, how does it go? Here comes the boy. There he is. Hello, boy. Come on, come on. You're so unenthusiastic. Oh, there he is. There he is with his little donut hoodie. Dude, I love it, yeah. You lost weight this year? It's amazing. Running again, 10Ks feels like nothing. Oh, I'm so jealous. I gotta get back into running and stuff. Donut Monty! I know, isn't he great? He would hate everybody here, but that's okay. He's not a people dog. He doesn't really like people that much, unless you're in his like tight circle. Otherwise he'll bark at you incessantly if you try to touch him. It's the way he is. But that's okay. That's okay, and I love him anyways. Just means that it's hard for me to make friends. He's not an icebreaker outside. Yes, donut boy. Donut boy. Wow. Loving the head scratchies. Yeah, he's very like, so he does this thing, right, where he's like afraid of people, like he like, which there isn't really a reason to be afraid of people. It's just he's an anxious dog is the way that he is, right? So yeah, I support that. So when he's outside, he sees somebody that like is carrying food or something, he will be like, oh, I'm gonna follow you. I'm gonna like walk where you're walking. And then the person will turn around and try and be like, oh, you're interested in me. Like you must want like pets or whatever, right? And so then the person will turn around and be like, oh, hello. You know, it's a natural thing. And then he'll go, actually, no, hell no. And he'll bark like crazy at the person. He'll be like, well, yeah, sorry. So he's like, he's constantly doing what he shouldn't be doing, which is like going towards the scary thing and then yelling at the scary thing after it shows interest in him. I don't know, man. He's very curious, like a cat would be, right? Like curiosity killed the cat. Like he's curious about the things he shouldn't be curious about if he's scared about them. Like you're just gonna make your fears worse. You're just reinforcing your fears. Like it's like, God, stop it. But he always gets positively reinforced afterwards, like, yeah, it's okay, everything's good. Treats galore, and if the person is willing, you know, I tell them like, hey, like if you have time, here's some treats if you want to throw it to him and show him that you're not scary. But that's just, yeah. Just him. He's a lot better than he used to be. Calms down immediately now. Used to not. Anyways, I'm gonna take a break. Because this thing, okay, you're... Boy, yeah, you don't want to be held right now. Here you go. There you go. All right, I'm gonna take a break, and I will be back, and I will continue streaming for another almost 2 hours. Yeah, sound good? Okay, I'll be back. Wait, okay, before I keep going, here, you want to see Monty do some tricks? Here, Bob. Yeah. Yeah. You gonna spin? Spin. Oh. Okay. Yeah. Oh. Alright. Back to business. Get in your bed. Go, go, go. There we go. Curiosity made the dog bark. That's a good one. I like that, actually. I actually really like that saying. I'll probably use it from now on. Curiosity made the dog bark. That's so good, Angelus. Okay. Let's get down to business. Get rid of the bottom. Ooh, not bottom bar. Come back. Get rid of BRB text. There we go. Alright. I keep sculpting. If you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. Try and get this fleshed out even more. You have one when you need to use pro mode of ZBrush for. Oh, do you need to use pro mode of ZBrush for sculpting for editing? No, you don't need to use the full version. You could use ZBrush Core or yeah, you can use ZBrush Core, no problem. But you're probably not going to get you know, you're not going to have all of the tools, you're not going to have all the brushes, but just starting out, like if you don't want to spend the full amount on a ZBrush license, I would recommend just, for one, do the trial, right? The free trial. ZBrush lets you, Pixologic lets you try it out for a month before you have to buy it. So I would recommend that and see the difference for yourself. Like, do you need the features in Core to do what it is that you want to do, or do you need the full version? Most likely you'll just need Core when you first start out. It has everything that you need to just start out, and then you'll probably get addicted and want to advance with that, and then you can upgrade to the full version afterwards if you find that it's something that you really, really enjoy, you know? Oh, next to, you talk about this next to rotate scale. Is this some sort of flower creature? Yeah, kind of like that. So next to scale, you're saying this thing? The gizmo? When you need to use Pro... Oh, Sculptress Pro! This is what you're talking about, right? Sculptress Pro? When do you need to use this? Some people use it... Some people use Sculptress Pro when they are concepting, so you can continuously, you know, generate geometry wherever you pull your mesh. Like it will tessellate will tessellate your geometry as you go, right? Like, so you don't have to worry about dynameshing and things if you don't like dynameshing. If it feels more intuitive to you to create your sculpts that way, where it just keeps adding geometry without having to press a button or anything like that, then use Sculptris Pro. You could use it for appendages like fingers and things if you wanted to keep it in the same subtool, right? For me personally, I don't use Sculptris Pro that much because I like the artifacting that happens with really low poly sculpting and then dynameshing it. That's sort of like my concepting workflow for things of this nature. But, you know, in more solid cases where I'm like, okay, well, I need to use, or I have a very specific concept that I need to do, and let's say there's like a lot of appendages and things that I wanted to keep all in one subtool, I will probably use Sculptris Pro. I use Sculptris Pro for patching stuff as well. Like if I were to, at a very late stage, decide two subtools of very high topology needed to come together, I could union merge those together and then use Sculptris Pro to kind of stitch it, right? Because you're tessellating that area. You're tessellating that area to kind of have uniform geometry, and then you can smooth it out afterwards without having to dynamesh and reproject everything. So there's a lot of uses for Sculptris Pro. They can be as like core to your process or nuanced as you'd like it to be. It doesn't need to be your workflow, but for beginners, definitely I would suggest you try using Sculptris Pro. Just keep in mind that the adaptive size and everything of that nature will really impact how many polygons you're generating. So if you go a little bit crazy on it, you're gonna have a hard time keeping your poly count in check because it's going to be generating so much. So I would say try to keep it low res and then switch over to subdivisions with a ZRemesh afterwards. I wouldn't go super hyper detailed with Sculptris Pro personally. You have the chance to get a little bit out of control that way, and not just that, the details don't hold up as well as if you were to do it with subdivisions. Hopefully that answers your question. Any new monster movie I recommend? I haven't really been watching a ton of movies. The last movie that I watched, unfortunately, was Witch. The Witch. Wouldst thou like to live deliciously? It's a messed up movie. It's a very messed up movie. Monster movie though, recently, I haven't really seen a whole bunch. There's a show that I'm watching right now, a Korean drama on Netflix. I know, a Korean drama on Netflix, but I'm watching Squid Game. That one's, it's pretty cool. Has nothing to do with monsters though, at least yet. But can you animate this? Any of your sculpts, I wouldn't recommend animating. But I gotta show you guys something. I gotta show you guys something really cool. So stop motion animation, like I have a background in stop motion animation, so seeing this, I was like in traditional animation, 2D animation, and stop motion, like all of that. Like I have a background in that. That's what my bachelor's is, and I was just like seeing this thing that that Pixologic reposted. Hold on, let me find. Made me like really inspired. Like I want to try that. I think some of you know exactly what I'm talking about. I posted it to my story. Wait, let's see if I can find. Did they repost it on? Let me try and find. Do you know who did it? Darn it. I can't find it on there. Basically, somebody animated in ZBrush. It was really, really cool. It was really well done. Do you know who it is that I'm talking about? Like, I can't... I wish there was a way that Instagram would just show you who is the last person that you followed. Balls. Yeah. Send me a link. Good. You know exactly what I'm talking about. That's good. Good, 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 good. I want to show you guys. It's so cool. Yeah, so you can't technically animate in ZBrush. There is a timeline. You do it with like you know, blend shapes kind of, right? And he uses Sculptress Pro to do a lot of what he does. You can see it like it's really low res, but he just understands motion so well. And you do it via like frame by frame, right? Stop motion is frame by frame by frame. So I just really want to show you when Steven gets me that link, we can gawk over it together. Yeah, it's really awesome. On the app? Can you? Just has categories of least interacted with or most shown in feed. So I can't. Click following and sort by. Oh wait, no. Steven's got me. Steven's got me! There we go. Alexander. There it is. Thanks, Steven. Thank you. Here, I'll show you guys this one. Nope. Let's do screen one. Here, check this out, guys. Look at this. Look at this. He's so insane. Look at how good it is. Watch. He animated this in ZBrush. Good. Like it's so cool. I'm like, of course, why haven't I ever tried doing this? This is the coolest thing. Is that not awesome? Follow him, by the way. Follow him. Follow. He essentially animates in Maya, then exports the frame by frame animation and hand sculpts it in ZBrush. Yeah, that's like, it's so dope. Like, it's super, super cool. It's got a whole workflow for it and everything. It's just really, really clean. Like the smears, everything is so good. Even just like these like stills of stuff that he does is like really cool. It's so cool. It's so cool. See, there's more people, like another person who's not afraid of the crunchies. Embrace the crunchy. I love the crunchies. Dude, this one, awesome. Look at that. Oh my God. Why are you so cool? Like, how are you so cool? I can only aspire to be this cool. This is super cool. Okay, enough gawking. Go follow him. Thank you. But yeah, that like seeing that really inspired me. I was like, oh my gosh, I really, really want to try that at some point. There's so many things I want to try and I have such limited time to do any of it. And it's just really frustrating when you have 1,000,000,001 ideas and then somebody like that comes along and you're like, oh, there's another thing I want to try doing. Yeah, hand sculpting everything be quite a lot of time. But he also leaves it very rough, right? So I can imagine he got it done pretty quickly. I mean, all things considered for a hand sculpted animation, but leaving it like nice and crunchy like that, like I can imagine he got through it. It's a very smart workflow. I like it. I want to try it. He's offering a master class, huh? That's crazy. Good for him. Good for you, dude. I hope if he ever hears me talking about him, I hope he fills up his class, because that's sick. Yeah, he probably could teach you a lot of really good animation fundamentals. Yeah, that's awesome. Good for him. Thanks, Alice. Yeah, no, it's just free-handed. Just having some fun. 'Tis what I do. Just muck around with the clay, see what it turns into. It's actually an entire career that I have based off of mucking around with the clay and seeing what it turns into. Kind of crazy how that worked. Honestly, if I could just like have some more space, I would also get some. Oh god, there's too many. I just what a freaking like problem to have, you know? Like, oh, you have too many hobbies. If I could just have a bit more space, I would love to also do traditional sculpture. But just like as many creative hobbies as I can get that gets me away from the computer, the happier I am, you know? That's why I was so stoked about photography. Ooh, I should probably go and get my fries. This Eric said that he was making curly fries. I think I'm gonna go and grab some. What's Jay Fields? Justin. How are you doing? How's it going? You're gonna see his character in a nightmare later? Yeah, I could see that, probably. It's kind of creepy. Chilling, working from home. You know, it's everybody. It's all of us. Some people are going back to studio. And if you are, why? Kidding. Social interaction's good. 2 a.m. feeling, the sleep issue. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, I've got that in droves. Oh, right. I'm just gonna, hold on. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go and grab some fries. I'll be right back. 2 seconds. Damn it. Fry's not ready yet. He's not ready. He's locked in with us. Oh yeah, when I closed the door. It's cause like I wanted to just quickly go out. That's why. Dog big chillin'. Was he just sitting at the door like, why not me? His neck pillow, yeah. It's so I like, because he gets dermatitis, like he gets scabies on his stomach because of his allergies to so many like pollens and stuff. He never has this issue during the winter time. It's always just like the summer and fall. So like, because he gets this relatively frequently, instead of putting the cone on him all the time so he doesn't infect these things, we just like, I was like, okay, how do I find him something more comfortable that's like more bearable? Ah, yes, a neck pillow. So that's why he's wearing it, because he just kind of keeps going into, I must lick the dermatitis. Like, nah, you're just gonna infect it and make it so much worse. Like, no, dude, you're not licking this. It's itchy, it sucks for him, but then it'll clear up way faster if I do that, so. It's because they're so low to the ground that, like, when he goes on his W's, like, his walks, we didn't hear that, he just kind of, like, gets all of that on his belly. Even if, like, you know, when we bring him in, we still wipe him down, but still, it's just like, because he's allergic to stuff, like, it happens pretty well immediately. So. Mega brain. Yeah. He loves the cone of food throw. Dude, that thing was an actual weapon. My legs got so scraped up. when he had to wear just like the regular cone instead of the pillow, he got really good at using it like a tool, like a weapon. He was scary. Like, especially when he was outside, he found it fun to like, you know, if we were taking him out just for like a quick pee, sometimes like we would just leave the cone on, which we've learned, take the cone off, because like he'll find dirt, shove his like cone into the dirt and go whoosh, just to watch dirt just go. This one time, he was, and he has like this habit too of like, anytime he's done peeing, or I'm so sorry, by the way, just done going to the bathroom, he will kick his legs, right? And fling rocks and gravel and stuff like that. And a lot of the time, he decides he wants to go to the bathroom right next to a car. And so anytime he's done, just like when he was wearing the cone, anytime he's just done, I'm just immediately like, okay, move. Because he just wants to like kick the dirt at the, I'm like, do not. Oh man. I'm like so scared that one day he'll do it too fast before like, and somebody will like come out of their house or something and see like him flinging dirt in the direction of their car, and I'll just get like the cops called something. I don't even know. Like, I think it's because like when he was a puppy, we took him to like a lot of like doggy play dates and stuff. He loves hanging out with dogs, and so there were like a couple of dogs at these meetups that that would literally just teach him all kinds of crazy behaviors, one of which was shooting rocks into the air after you were done doing number 2 or number 1. So now he just does that all the time. He's just like, you know what, that's a cool thing to do, I'm gonna do that. Like, he doesn't even cover it, he just like flings the stuff. Like, he doesn't understand the concept that like the whole purpose of you even kicking the dirts and the rocks is to cover your doings, your number 2 and number 1. He doesn't understand that. He didn't get the memo. He was just like, oh, that's a dog-like thing to do. Okay, now I'm gonna get fries. Yeah, he's just built different. He actually is. This is a pop space. Yeah. Needs razor blades on the end of it. Oh, God. Hold on, I'll be right back. 1 second. Curly fries. I have curly fries. Okay. Again, if you guys have any questions about what I'm doing, feel free to ask, because I'm just all over the place like I normally am, so. All right, I think at the very beginning somebody was just like, why don't you do some insect wing type things? You could play around with creating some interesting shapes with the alphas. Let me see if I can get like a plant alpha and we can play with that. Hey Ratatouille. Yes, you are here. Okay, we'll play with I don't think insect wings, but ferns, so it'll be the same technique. How's that? I work for studios as a freelance artist. I don't do like individual contracts, like, you know, commissions or anything like that. I do studio contracts. So I'm working for, right now, I'm contracted to two studios simultaneously. It's usually how it works. Let me get an interesting Fern Alpha if I can. They're so like, Wonder if I can find anything. It's between the boundaries of your request. Okay, let me try and find something that's like fine enough to use. They're so low res. It's so annoying. Because I don't really like have any alphas that I can use right now for this. Alright, let's just use this thing. Save this. Play around with it. We'll be changing it enough anyways. This guy says it's his freebies anyways. Thank you. From kurtdunn.com, I got an alpha. Let's use that. Alright. Import. Let's do this. And now, so you can make 3D, right? Hi, what do you really... Here, look. Just a little tiny bit of fry. There you go. Alright, so in alpha, if you go to make 3D, because I imported my alpha, go to make 3D, and then you change the resolution of the mesh, right? So that's gonna be how many polygons it's gonna be. And then the depth is how thick. So we can kind of throw that down a little bit. And the smoothness is like, how much of that alpha is it going to smooth out when it turns it into a mesh? So we can turn this, like, I don't know, 5 is fine. Just to see, and we're probably going to have to do a couple of them to see if it kind of turns out. So it's okay, it didn't delete anything, it just turns it into a new tool. And this is a little bit on the thick side and a little low res, so we will delete that. Delete all of that. And then we will try it again and give it a little bit more resolution. And the depth, we'll throw it down to like 2. Make 3D, wait for it, and then here it is. So this looks like a little bit more usable. It's not as sharp as I think it would be good for, so we can go back into the make alpha tab, or make 3D rather, and we can change the smoothness to like 2. We don't, like, if you do 0, then it's directly what the alpha is, and it can pick up like any tiny little crummy thing. So having a little bit of smoothness on there, not a bad thing. A little too smooth. You know what? Maybe we can just try having 0 and see what that looks like. Okay. Yeah, I'll use that. And then there's always an auto masking that's applied to this. So when you create these things, it kind of like automatically masks the sides, so you have to like undo that. Like, so hold control and drag off, it'll get rid of the mask. I think you can change the resolution, or the thickness rather, of it anyways. So then you can delete all of these other things right here that are not the ones that you like. This is a decent one, and then you can frame your mesh and append that in. Now it's here. Probably going to be pretty small in comparison to this thing. Okay. And then we can play around with this as an element in our sculpt. Kind of figure out what we want to do with it exactly. Let's see here. could probably work on the back ends. Alright, let's do some scattered alphas on the pulling side. Nah. Let's not do that. We could try, not bend art. Yeah, bend art. Bend art. Bend curve. Turn off symmetry. Let's do... So this is sort of like an experimental thing. It's not really enough there to do that with bend art. Do it that way. And accept that, so that's a bend art. Bring it down. And then finagle it. Do you do your alphas when making wings? Yeah, like if I'm doing like a very specific thing, especially for work, then I will usually like open up Photoshop and just like do some kind of like a weird shape of some kind, like paint something and then see how that looks. If it's very like open-ended, that's one thing that you could do, but this is a very like experimental way of just taking like some alphas. Like you take like literally anything and do this. Like, in what you're saying, do it again, is this in the gizmo, right? You click the gear on the gizmo and then it's bend arc. So when you click bend arc on something, these green ones are going to be, you know, your directional pull. So you can play around with like how you want to push and pull things to kind of get like a shape that you might be interested in. For this, I think I'm gonna do a little bit of like masking on this stuff. And then you can actually use that after the fact. Let's do a bend arc. even do it the other way. Nah, like that way. So you just push and pull things, try and get some interesting shapes. And then take off dynamic for your brush so you can do big swoops. Am I gonna poly paint it? Probably not. Probably not. But you could, with all the masking techniques that I showed, you could actually like do some good poly painting with all of that, like while it was selected. And that's that fern. Because all of that was from the alpha, I can actually just make this really like holy and blotchy because I didn't actually like dynamesh it afterwards. I could just like smooth on top of it and kind of create a really like artifacted, distorted at the edge look. It's not really looking like a fern at all anymore, which is cool. There we go. Besides the sketches you do on stream, do you have a portfolio of works I've done for studios? No, I don't put all of that online for people to see. I have a couple of reasons for that. The biggest one being most of the stuff that I do for studio work is all like NDA, and most of that stuff it'll never see the light of day. Especially being a like viz dev artist, like, you know, not just viz dev, but like pre-production, so before something's even greenlit is a lot of the time what I end up sculpting for, just to try and get clients to be like, yeah, actually that is something I want to fund, right? So a lot of that stuff you're not going to see because it's like super preliminary designs. And then stuff that I'm doing for production, it's like you'll see that, you know, at the end product, if it's like a production that actually gets finished, if it's a production that even goes into production, you know, all these kinds of things. So like that's like the biggest reason I don't have like a professional work portfolio. Second reason is I really just want to get jobs focused on the stuff that I put as my personal work, if that makes sense. Like for the stuff that I put on ArtStation, it's like that's all in line with the kind of stuff that I really like doing. So if you're a client and you're looking at that, you're like, yeah, that's what I want, then that's cool because that's literally what I enjoy doing. That's what I do all the time. So you're not hiring me for anything but what you really see as my personal work. You know what I mean? And then another one too is like I'm not huge on attaching myself to any particular industry brand. I thoroughly enjoy working with brands and on brands, but I don't like being like, oh, this person is this artist for this thing. Rather, I just like being, hi, I'm just Ashley, right? Like that's just it. So that's another reason too. Like if any client needed to see examples of sculpts for professional stuff, which honestly it has never happened because, you know, if you're hiring me for the stuff that I do on my personal time anyways, why do you need to see the professional stuff? You're going to get this quality or higher. So it's like, you know, like it works. It's been working. I should eat these fries. Hell yeah. where do I usually grab ideas for the creatures? A lot of it comes from natural stuff, right? Like flowers and plants and insects and fish and stuff of, like, you know, just weird stuff that's just here on our planet. That yeah, you can just like look around and you find like a whole bunch of really crazy things, you know? So like on my Instagram, my feed is just full of like macro photography and wildlife photography. Oh, do I have alpha on this? What's going on? What the heck? Okay, hold on, I gotta reset this brush. So if your brushes ever start acting weird, just go to the brush tab, scroll all the way down, and then you can reset your current brush. And that will change it back to the default from the default settings from when you started up ZBrush. And space. Oh yeah. Yeah. Macro photography, wildlife photography in general, and space. The user interfaces are very different. That's the big difference that you're gonna have a learning curve with, is the interface just being different. But the thought process, if you have a workflow that you're used to, you could always do that workflow in ZBrush as well. So it is transferable. Yeah, all of this is mental library. Pretty much almost everything that I do on this stream is just mental library. Visual mental library. If I ever wanted to take something further, I could reference something specific that I wanted. But because it's all like just, you know, we're just sketching, I don't really mind that I'm not using a whole bunch of reference. But if this was like for something more particular that needed like really like to be fleshed out, then I would probably start referencing already, yeah. Alright, I'm gonna turn dynamic back on. Hello? Yeah, I need to reset this brush too. There. Fun thing that I like to do with the inflate brush is turn up the Z intensity to like 3 times what its default is and just like dot things around. And then like kind of do inflation sculpting. And be like create some really disgusting looking things, as you can see. That's nice and questionable looking. We always need at least one thing on these streams that is nice and questionable. Alright, I'll see you, Ravelin. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you have a great evening, great sleep. Do I usually start referencing at the very beginning of your concept, or you first place your shapes and then look for refs? It really depends. There's different use cases for both, right? So if something is very specific, like I don't have a lot of room for interpretation, then referencing my designs immediately right off the bat, like heavy referencing, is going to be necessary. But if there is good room for interpretation and the client, for example, wants something that's very strong silhouette wise first, they want to be like, you know, looking for that kind of stuff, then I'll usually like do light referencing if there is some sort of specificity. Oh, I can't say that word. Specifics to the design, like let's say it has to be a tiger type creature, then I'll have some pictures of tigers, I guess, like up on the screen, just to give me like an idea, but I won't be looking at them very heavily, right? Like, because I'll just want to get an idea of what it is the tiger looks like, so that I can take the essence of a tiger and put it into all of my designs, like initial preliminary designs. And then when things are going, like let's say I made a very triangular looking tiger creature and it has nothing to do with a tiger, it just kind of like has like the paws of a tiger in a sense, and it has maybe like the saber tooth look or something, and is very sharp and spiky. Maybe the client likes that, right? Or maybe I like that if it's not for a client. Then I'll be like, okay, out of that, what can I improve if I need to push the shapes any further? But even still, what about that design that stands out to me, things that I can actually reference further? So then I'll end up referencing further at that point after preliminary design. So if it's something that's completely vague and I have no idea what I'm doing, I do exactly what you see here on stream, which is just throw down a sphere and just push and pull because I have no direction, and just kind of figure out where it's going after the fact. It's a weird question. You have your own small business on Instagram, do 3D model and 3D print armor for Halo figures, and you wanted to go for a more professional route that includes 3D printing and designing. What would you say is the best professional way to go about it? So you're asking for business advice from me. Oh, that's iffy. Hold on, let me get a fry. Let me get my breath, and then I'll continue talking. Oh, okay. Small business on Instagram. All right. So you're doing the right thing, in my opinion. And this again is just my opinion. So take it with a grain of salt. Take everything that I say like literally or anything. But you're already doing the right thing by trying to get eyes on what it is that you do. Keep in mind that it's really hard to gain a following on Instagram, unfortunately. But getting a following is half of the battle, I would say. But you want to do 3D printing and designing as a whole. See, that in itself is not exactly my wheelhouse, because I'm not like a 3D print artist. You know, maybe, you know what, instead of me giving advice to you with something that I don't do, because I do run my own business, but it's very like studio client based, so it would be kind of weird to give you advice on this kind of thing. Maybe go and look at the other streamers that do 3D printing. Maybe they can help in that regard, right? Like they've probably have lots of advice regarding how to host your stuff and look for clients in that sense. Ian does a lot of 3D printing and even gives his prints away to stream, like to chat. So he could probably give you maybe some tips. There's a lot of other artists that do 3D printing on here as well. Even like the jewelry people. If you were to talk to Tomas, maybe he could offer you some good advice about businesses regarding that, because he's a jeweler. He does a lot of jewelry design, but it's in the same realm of selling a product, right? Whereas I sell my skills, like I'll sell my designs and things like that. I don't necessarily sell like a product, like a tangible product. So maybe you're gonna want to check out one of the jewelers, like Tomas from these streams. He'd probably give you better advice than I would. So I'm gonna stop myself there from leading you astray potentially. I don't recommend recommend the NFT route. That's not something that I would recommend to anyone. Working for video games as a 3D artist? That's kind of like a vague question. I think working in games is fun. It would be a really fun thing to do. It also, depending on the studio, like anywhere else, it could be really stressful. So just, I guess the best answer to that is it depends. Thank you, Frank. I appreciate it. Let me eat my fries. I'll see you, Pepe. Sorry. I'll see you, Pepe. Have a great evening. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, there's nothing different between the NFT market and like the the banana getting sold that's stuck to the wall with tape. So if that's your thing, then go for it, but I don't recommend it to anybody. Monty's a very good boy, and he is doing good. Just hanging out behind me. Worked in games, you have to say the highlight of your career is working in medical visualization, medical simulations, like helping doctors with patient issues and helping them visualize problems is really amazing. That is so great. Honestly, Indy, that's amazing. And like, that's just really what it comes down to, right? Is like, what fulfillment is it that you get out of what you're doing, you know? Like, it's not all about how people see you, it's about how it makes you feel. And do you feel like you're doing something great, right? And I think that you're doing something really awesome. And that's awesome to hear, Indy. That's super, super cool. Thanks, Mike. It's all smoke and mirrors, trust me. Once you get good at the tricks, that's what it is, man. Smoke and mirrors. Hey, Eve, how are you doing? Did you see the knife tool for the... Did I use the knife tool for the back wings? No, the wing things are using an alpha and just stretching them out. Sorry, I didn't eat much for dinner, so I keep numbing. Super inspired by me. Have you seen your own drawings? Guys, if you guys don't know Mike May, you want to see some really good pencil work? Go and check out his drawings. Mike May. Mike May be really good at art. Who are we kidding? He is. Yeah, exactly, Indy. Like, it's work-life balance. Like, I wouldn't trade anything. I wouldn't trade anything to give up like the kind of balance that I'm able to achieve with like the freelance schedule that I've figured out and work with clients on. Because again, like coming back to that argument at the very beginning of stream, being an artist isn't just your technical skill, it's literally who you are as a person, you know, like what have you experienced in life? And the more you can balance that, the better of an artist you will be. You know, like the more inexperienced people would argue otherwise. They'd be like, no, you just got to sit there and grind. But that's just toxic, dude. That's just so toxic. Like, good luck seeing how long that's gonna last for you. You know, like I don't wish anybody harm at all, and I hope that before any of those people that think I'm wrong in that sense feel that way, that they realize they need to balance life. It's so important, so freaking important. And listen to your damn bodies, dude. Like, if you're in pain, listen to it. Don't push through it. Listen, like, okay, like especially early on, as like a 3D artist, a 2D artist, if your hand is hurting you, stop. Literally just take a break. Literally, like, just, if your contract is ending soon or whatever, if you don't need to be drawing, try and find a way to pace yourself. Take a break, do your stretches, rehabilitate your arm, listen to your body. Don't just sit there and be like, whatever, it's fine, I'm gonna do this, and then, oh, I'm gonna take another contract immediately after. No, it's your body telling you, if you don't stop, You don't stop. I'm gonna make this 1,000 times worse for you. Do you want it? No, you don't want it. Stop. That's literally it. Like, especially to all the young people out there, right, that are listening. I know I sound so old saying this, but all the young people, I mean, like when you're first starting out, you know, early 20s even, like just, you're young until you're not, okay? And it hits you like a weighted brick blanket. Like you think you're totally fine for a long time. You think you're doing great. Just pushing yourself to the absolute max, doing 190% at every single job that you can, which you should try hard, but listen to your body, okay? If you start, like, if you see that you're like sitting there for, you know, 8 hours at a time without getting up, trust me, this is from experience, that obsession that you have is going to kick you in the nutsack. Whether you have one or not, is gonna kick you there and it's gonna hurt. You're gonna realize, damn, I'm old. Before you realize you're old, your body's gonna tell you you're old. So you need to like balance that before it gets bad. Preemptively take care of yourself before it gets back, because as much as people would like to say, oh, it's just fun, it's nothing, like it's not a hard job. Sitting here for multiple hours every single day, doing these micro movements with your muscles constantly in repetitive natures is very laborious, okay? Art is laborious, and you have to give yourself the proper amount of breaks and exercise to support that lifestyle. Otherwise, you're gonna burn out. You're gonna burn out physically, you're gonna burn out emotionally, mentally, all of it. So breaks. And I don't mean like, I'm gonna work really, really hard. This is coming from experience, by the way. I'm calling myself out with this, okay? You're gonna work really, really hard and just do it for like 10 hours straight, and then I'll just like sleep for 14 hours. Like, don't do that. Body isn't meant to do that, okay? It's not good. And it's better for your eyes. In terms of like your artistic improvement, it's better as well, because you're going to be taking a break, not looking not looking at what it is that you're doing, coming back and being like, ooh, refreshed, this actually looks like garbage, how can I fix it, you know? So take your damn breaks. Don't be sitting there forever thinking I just gotta grind it out. This is stupid. It's stupid. So stupid. Nasty arm pain from drawing. Dude, the iPad, so it's a lot of fun. Like I 100% can see where that's coming from, but it's like holding it like this, and like a lot of these movements, right? Because like you have to move your arm up all the time. The best thing for any of that, like I have the same problem because like I draw on my phone. Get like, if she can get like an arm rest, like what I'm doing here, this is the best because it supports your shoulder so you're not using it too much, and then you can do all of these things with only using your forearm. So it limits that, right? It's the shoulder problem a lot of the time when you're doing more gestural things, but you can kind of like limit that. It helps. Do your exercises, damn. How to keep motivated when your art sucks. Mike says it's hard, but it's important to keep perspective. You only get better, and it's not a race. You can find joy in learning the small things at a time that adds up quickly. I 100% agree, Mike. And like, yeah, just like keep in mind that, you know, perseverance doesn't mean you have to do it all in one go. So work in breaks to all of what, like all of that as well, right? But being persistent is the key to success in any way, right? Balanced persistence is so important. You keep doing it and look at your art and see what is one thing that I can improve with it. Every single time you draw something, look at your art. Oh, what is like one thing that I think that I could get better at the next time I do this? Just pick one. Just one. Don't overwhelm yourself and be like, oh, I'm not the next Leonardo da Vinci. by looking at your first piece. Like, don't do that. Don't do that. You're just gonna set yourself up for failure. You don't want that. You want positive reinforcement even for yourself. You have to be your own hype man, essentially. How do you be your own hype man? Well, tiny tasks, tiny things. Don't do giant projects all in one go, right? I recommend, especially when you're first starting out, pick something bite-sized, you know, like a little study. If you're drawing, right, like you could do still life of an apple, still life of something on your desk, like your phone and a pencil beside it. You do anything like that. If you're sculpting, do something simple like a little prop. Like, how can I sculpt a stick with some leaves on it? You know, something bite-sized that will teach you things, but it won't be so overwhelming that you're like beating yourself up like in the end, right? You just want to be giving yourself that pat on the back. You always need to be giving yourself a pat on the back, as cheesy as it sounds, like, because like you just lose steam otherwise. And when you're doing that stick on a leaf, don't sit at your computer for 10 hours doing the stick on a leaf. Do it for like an hour or two. Do it for like an hour or two, right? Take a break for 30 minutes, come back, look at it. Okay, I can do more, right? Don't go in one big stretch. Is not a good idea. No good. No bueno. Ugh. Okay, yeah, Mike is giving good advice. Listen to him too. First negotiations ever for an industry modeling job with a movie TV company. Can you have any salary tips? You don't want to be lowballed, but you also need experience. Okay. Can you let me know where you live though? Like a general geographic. Because if you're here in Canada / the US, it's going to be a little bit different than if you were in Mexico or otherwise. But generally speaking, yeah, I'm gonna need to know that first because Georgia, in Atlanta. Okay, you're in the US. Okay. So entry-level jobs for movie and TV companies, they can, because you're junior, it'll be harder to negotiate it just the way that it is because of all of the schools. A lot of these film studios, a lot of these game studios, they look for juniors coming out of school, right? I mean, there's a lot of them. So you're in competition, which means that, you know, your salary could be undercut very easily by others. So don't be surprised if that happens. But when it comes to salary, I would say in the US, like entry-level salary, this is my opinion. And what I think people should strive for is around the 50K entry-level mark. That's what juniors should strive for, right? And then you significantly ramp up after that. But like I know a lot of places that are just giving something as low as 35K, which is not acceptable in my opinion at all, but that's a thing that happens. They you know, and people who don't realize that you should be getting a lot more than 35K a year to be doing this stuff, yeah, they get it taken advantage of. Right? Because as a junior, you have to... It sucks. The way that the entry-level stuff, in my opinion, is set up is not great, in my opinion. So when it comes to salary, I think something safe, more or less, would be around 50K, in my opinion. Does that make sense? I'm kind of taking in consideration, like, inflation and stuff like that as well. Because my first job in Canada, I got 43K plus benefits and a bonus, so around like 46,000, something like that, for my first job in Canada. And that in Toronto at the time, which was 6 years ago, was considered mid to high in Toronto. So that was like which is, it's not great. That's not great in my opinion, right? Like, it's just like, oh my god, I spent so much time getting good at art and like now I'm getting crumbs, right? But especially with the insane rent in Toronto, it was very hard to save money. But then the job immediately after that I got, I'm being fully transparent, the job that I got immediately after that of working just over a year at my first job as a junior, I ended up getting a new job of almost 70,000 Canadian for my next job. So it ramps up very quickly, right? As long as you get that first thing on your resume, then you can ramp, right? So think of it that way. But yeah, so like what Gorbulin is saying, like I've seen the 35 to 40K in USA a lot, but in my opinion, something comfortable to aim for is 50K, right? But take what I said as a grain of salt. Maybe that gives you a range to start thinking about, right? LA, yeah, so LA and New York, because the cost of living is so ridiculous, they do pay better. You're in Atlanta, so I'm not 100% sure what the rates are there. You might be, because you're kind of like in not a super populated for the film industry, maybe you could get away with a higher salary. I'm not sure, but my advice is drop a number, right? Drop your number. Worst they can do is say, no, this is as high as we can go, and they'll come back with a counter offer. That's my advice for that. But yeah, the entry level stuff is very exploitative. They will give you barely living wages, barely living. You'll have to live in a shoebox or with roommates. My first job, I was living with my boyfriend, and I was living with another roommate, and we were three-way splitting a 2-bedroom apartment, a really small one, by the way. It wasn't even as big as the one that I have here, which is also small. In Toronto, in the crappiest area of Toronto, right by the Gardiner Expressway. Yeah, so when you first, like, that's why I tell people, like, if you're getting into this industry, do not think that you're going to be making a ton of money right off the bat. It's not the way that it is. You have to, it's one of those things that ramps. Think of it like a meat grinder for juniors. A lot of the bigger studios are like that, where, you know, they're gonna take a bunch of people out of school and just like, all right, do the grunt tasks as much as you can. So yeah, if you gotta get roommates in your 30s, it blows, but things are so expensive. No, I understand that. So first time I didn't have roommates is moving into this place. I mean, I'm living with Eric, right? But I don't count that. So we're basically the same person at this point. Like attached at the hip. But he also, like, Eric also had to do the same thing too for a while, so. The thing is too, right, like, is you could get away with not living with a roommate, but you would be sacrificing your entire paycheck to rent for these areas. And that's the cool thing about remote, at least remote work, is now you don't necessarily need to work in the city so you can save money. Yeah, we already got Monty, so we're a family, that's true. Yeah, that's a good way to think about it, Thiago. Now just make sure that you're not going to get abused for your passion, for the fact that you like what you're doing. Make sure to hold strong in, you know, getting paid for overtime and things of that nature. Don't let that whole, like, rhetoric of, well, you really, you it's an honor to work here, isn't it? Nah. Two-way street. Always a two-way street between employee and employer. Always. I don't care what anybody says. It should always be a two-way street, not an honor to work here or anything like that. It should be respect on both ends. So don't let anybody walk over you. That's how people burn out in this industry too. Is just they just can't take it anymore. All of that kind of stuff. If they don't. You know, a lot of artists, they're not, a lot of us, like, we don't really like to, like, speak out about things, right? Especially in a workplace or whatever. It's just like, oh, okay, I'll just do this, like, right now, it's fine, you know? But it's important to look out for yourself. Boss Uno reverse. Dude, you know how many times I say that now? I'm just like, yo, we're Lambo. I don't say it in like interviews or anything, but it's just like anytime somebody's just like, oh my god, like the stock market this or like crypto that or whatever, I just like literally just like blanket. I'm like, we're Lambo. Don't let the employer hold the cards. Know your worth, or else you may find yourself stuck in a cycle of exploitation. Very true. Very true. Game stonks. So funny that's still going. And GME is still doing its thing, man. But it's literally just a game of options. Like that's really what it is. I just see it, like I see the ticker going going from 180 back to 200, 180 back to 200. If you weren't afraid of taxes, you could be making money off it. Oh god. Do I invest? Yeah, but I don't like talking about it too much because it's like I don't like to invest in stocks. I don't like it. You know? It's just something I do to hopefully offset inflation. Which so far has not been doing great for me, so. But yeah, I'm not gonna talk about my stocks on the Pixologic stream. But yeah, having some financial literacy to some regard is a very important thing as an artist, because then you know you can't be kind of tossed around and pushed aside by money men, essentially, right? And money men lurk everywhere. So being able to know what your worth is, and not just that, understand how money works, like what are taxes, what goes into it. Like if you go to an accountant and, you know, get your stuff done by an accountant, it's good as an artist to know what it is that they're doing exactly. So you know if you could be making more, if you could be saving more of your money or whatever. It's good to know a lot of these financial terms as well, because if somebody ever approaches you about some collectibles that could be made for a specific market that's kind of not really big anymore, starts with an N, ends with a T, if they maybe approach you, they're going to be using a lot of lingo that would benefit you to know so you don't get screwed over, right? So financial literacy is very important for artists because that's the way that a lot of money men screw artists over. And I keep seeing it happen. I keep seeing people selling themselves short, selling their artwork for not as much as it should be worth. And it doesn't benefit anyone except for the money person when that happens. All artists should be working together, right? Which is why I'm so transparent about like my salaries when I first started out. I don't care. Like, I'll tell you exactly what like the process was, and I was starry-eyed as well, right? So it's good that everybody like kind of is on the same page about that stuff, because then it's less people getting exploited, and new standards of treating artists and what our positions are worth, it raises, right? Our standard of living raises if we are all on the same page about that. Instead of most people not knowing what the heck money even is, right? You get taken advantage of, and then the more people that happens, then the money men will be like, whatever, I'll just go to these people that don't know anything about money and that we can take advantage of because it's cheaper. Thanks. Is it Jinger Snipe? Yes, invest in yourself. Exactly, Dyson. What? Oh. Ginger. Oh, it's pronounced Ginger. Okay. My bad. Is it ethical to secure a new job before telling your company you're leaving? Yeah. I mean, that really depends, right? Like, did you just start at this new company? I would say, like, if you're on a production, and, you know, they're treating you relatively well, I would see the production through. If you're on a live game, it's a little bit different. If you are on if you're on a production and you've only got like maybe 8 more months to go, you know, seeing the project through has its own benefit. You know, it looks good on you, right? And then you have the whole project under your belt, and I wouldn't go and look for another job unless like they're really mistreating you and you're really unhappy. I would try to see projects through, because then you're showing it you're part of the team, right? I don't think that you should just abandon projects mid-production if you don't need to. Again, it depends on circumstance, right? But you can always hear out opportunities when you're working at another place, and if it isn't like good enough, you could always just be like, no, sorry, thanks for talking to me though, maybe in the future when I'm done this opportunity. And you could work with that. It's always good to hear people out though. If I were you, like, I don't think that there's any benefit to just outright turning down an interview that shows up at your doorstep, you know? But yeah, if you're interviewing with places and something looks really good, you're on the second interview or whatever, and it looks like you're gonna like sign a contract, like that's totally fine. Like, while you're working somewhere else, like that happens all the time. And like I was saying before, it's like a two-way street, right? So like, if the company is just going to, if the company has the ability to just drop you like a dime, then you have the ability to go somewhere else on a dime, right? But it's the respect. So you do give like a notice. Like, if you can negotiate with the new company that you're going to, like 3 weeks, even 4 weeks notice. 2 weeks is usually the legal notice that you have to give. I personally like to give as much of a notice as I can out of respect, right? So as long as you keep the respect thing in mind, always take your opportunities. Never say no to an opportunity. You can figure out if you even want it after you look at it. Never just like say no, right? I just realized the last like little bit of the stream, all I was doing was talking. I wasn't even sculpting at all. I am so sorry that all I was doing was talking. I am so sorry. I know I should have been sculpting. I just like it's one of those things where you start to like talk about something, you kind of stop the other stuff. I don't know. You should also consider starting an LLC in order to protect your personal assets and keep making. Yeah, again, it depends on like the type of. It depends on the type of freelance work that you do as well. Incorporating isn't always a good idea. There is no legal requirement to give notice 2 weeks or really in the US there isn't. That's wild. Yeah. Appearance is very important when dealing with, like, yeah, just appearing professional is a very important part of it as well. Yeah, it's freehand. This is an original concept I just decided to figure out on stream, just or whatever. Man, kind of wish that I had. Maybe I can quickly block it in. Yeah. When did that happen? Oh, when I rotated it. Hey Link, what's up? How are you? No. Thanks, Link. You tend to see students without artwork or portfolio experience trying to become freelance and fail so hard, it's rough to see. Yeah. So something interesting regarding that of like, oh, should I freelance first or should I go to a studio or whatever? When I went to Mexico to present at Drawbreak, something interesting was that most of the artists there that work professionally, they say that like Mexico is very typical to first start as a freelance artist and then transition to working in a studio when you get good enough, which I thought was very, very interesting because that's different from here where the idea is go to school so that you can work in a studio and then you can go freelance. It's very interesting, the difference there. And that's because, like, you know, in Mexico, there's not a whole lot of studios that they can just, you know, go to school first of all, and then just go to that studio right out of the bat, because it's sort of like a, it's like a weird pipeline for junior artists that's been created. There's so many 3D schools and art schools that they just like pump people out with these degrees, or even just not even just degrees. Some of them are just like certificate programs, and they just pump people out in the thousands every single year. And a lot of them find themselves in entry-level positions, or even just like, you know, as runners or anything really, and they're just like going into studio jobs immediately like that. But yeah, seeing like people with no professional work try to break into freelance and then being frustrated at the fact that they can't break in is, to me, it's like, it makes sense why you're not getting the freelance work, because the way that I got the freelance work is by making connections through the studio. Which is like, well, how do I give advice to somebody who doesn't have any studios to work for? It's hard. I would say the next best thing that you can do is work diligently on your portfolio, because portfolio is king, and put your stuff online and keep, you know, trying to build your circle online of people that you know that are working at different places. Be friendly with other artists that you wish to learn from. That's like the next best thing that I can say. Because there is, like, in the US, in the UK, even in Canada, there is this sort of like school to work pipeline that they have for art. And that's not to say that everybody who goes to school is guaranteed a job either. A lot of people that go to school, they don't end up with in like a studio position either. It really just depends. How much effort did you put in while you were at school? Because most schools are not like, they're like, when it comes to art, they're not gonna They're not gonna give you the skills. That's something you have to practice. They're just going to give you sort of a curriculum to follow and things to know, to look up, to ask questions about, etc. So you know the direction to go. It's your job to practice it and actually get good at it, right? So a lot of this stuff too, when it comes to school, like, you can find it online. You can learn online. The only downside to that is a lot of recruiters still view having a bachelor's of some kind as like this holy grail, which is like eye-rolling when it comes to art, because a lot of the time, if you're diligent enough, you can learn this stuff from online resources. It's all there. Jacob, I don't really recommend. Okay, so this is another like conflicting argument, like a conflicting point to the argument I was just making. I don't really recommend school. Well, for the reason that I just said, is everything you can find is online, and schools are so incredibly expensive that a lot of people will just go in debt, and there's no guarantee that afterwards you're gonna get a job that can even pay off that debt, right? So, you know, like, I went to school because I didn't know what it was that I wanted to do with my life. I went to 2D animation school, right? But, like, this is on the lower end too. If you're in the US, it's even higher, but the lower end, I ended up having to pay $40,000 off. So you can imagine I was eating like crap for many years and living in really bad places for a while to pay that off. Like, I wasn't going out and doing anything. I was just like rent and school, paying that off, right? So if that's the life that you're like comfortable with just constantly giving your money to that, then that's another thing to think about, right? So get something more useful than an art degree. Any art degree. 3D character workshop is better than any school you've been to. See, exactly, that's what I mean, is you can find people like professionals online that will teach you way more about this, and then like school, it's your job to get good at that thing that they're teaching you how to do. So you have to practice it a lot, right? With breaks. Keep in mind my earlier points. Breaks are very important. But the only really good thing that I would say is, like, you know, that you would miss out if you didn't go to school is that sort of life experience of going to a campus to hang out with people that are all obsessed with the exact same thing that you are obsessed with, right? Learning things from different perspectives of so many different people. That is a bonus to going to school. But with the pandemic going on, it's like everything is online anyways. Like do you really have, so even after all of that, you're like, okay, I want to go to school because I really want that degree anyways, which bachelor degree does make it way easier to get a visa. You're gonna keep that in mind. It's gonna be a lot harder. Your portfolio is still king when it comes to working abroad from your country. But if you had a visa, it makes the process faster. It makes them be like, okay, well, you actually went to school for this. Like, it's whatever. Anyways, art, whatever. It's not the same as everything else, but it's treated the same as everything else. So, with that, with that in mind, you know, you still maybe you still want to go to school. Look up the Rookies. The Rookies has a list of good schools that they have vetted themselves, that give you at least the up-to-date information in the industry, because there's so many schools that will scam you and have people who haven't been in the industry for like 20 years who are teaching, like, you know, stuff that's dated 15 years ago or later, and it's like, what are you benefiting from that? Who needs to learn how to NURBS model anymore? You know what I mean? So yes, Rookie School, thank you so much for linking that. Click the link. So if that is something that you really, really still are thinking, like, or maybe it's a parent thing, you know, you got to prove to your parents, I am going to school for art, it is serious, you know, then you have to go to school, then I would say definitely check out the Rookies in terms of, what's it called? Check out the Rookies schools list and pick from that, I guess. Oh, so many comments. I didn't ask. Is somebody directly after me? Because that means I would have to end, like, right now. Somebody... Let me check. No, I'm good. Nobody's next. Okay. I need an assistant sometimes. Yeah, to be like reading, because like I just like stop working. But it's one of those things, right? Like it's hard to think about design choices and answer questions at the same time. So sometimes I will just kind of sit here and just talk instead. It just happens. Sorry if it's offensive to anybody. Just trying to be as helpful as I possibly can. That's why like I don't take the sculpts that I do on here too seriously, because like I would rather be helpful with information to give to people than be like, oh my god, it's so good at sculpting, right? You know, like I just would rather be helpful. You no longer use it, but your chat is slow. Yeah, I mean, like it's. I think it just depends on like the type of streamer you are too, right? Like I probably wouldn't. I like reading the chat myself and answering thoroughly. I enjoy that. It's not for everyone, but. Oh, right, I was gonna finish off the feet. Right. Really confusing in busy times? Oh, I bet. I don't think I would be able to handle that. That are not teaching life skills? Oh, dude, honestly, like... That's one thing. When I was in school, I would talk with my professors, but I wouldn't talk with them about just like I would talk with them like a little bit more, right? Like than just oh, how do I do this technical thing? Because they have like people in general just have a lot to offer. And I'm one of those people that like, I like hearing what older people than me have to say, because that will speed up my process in life too, right? Because they've already been through the ringer. They already know all of it. They have a lot of good stuff to share. Like I will never be better than the experiences that people older than me have to share with me. Even when I'm 80, I will listen to the 100-year-old. You know what I mean? Like... Isn't there a mod? I am a mod. You want to see my sword? I am a mod. I think earlier in the stream, I was talking about how to intelligently connect different subtools. That is like part of like a leg or something like that. And this is one of those examples where, like, you can see here, like I'm inserting them into like points. So these two don't have to be the same subtool, but they can look like they attach via making like insert points. It's a little bit harder on like a naked human body because there's not a lot of like natural like you know, we don't have like a carapace or anything to do that with, but you can do that with your creatures and things like that. You have a sword too. Smash the learning curve. Smash it. But yeah, like for me, for example, like I know like people want to see like the process, but there's a lot of things that like I stopped to talk about because those are like questions that I had as well when I was first starting out, and it's like I know how important it is to people to get some sort of guidance on that. So like I don't take it lightly, and so I stop working and I'm like, oh gosh, let's answer this, you know. The big thing is though, you're gonna hear words that I say. A lot of people are gonna hear words that I say, but the biggest thing is to put into action. A lot of it you're gonna learn it better that way. So yeah, just learn by doing, but also listen to your elders. Fun flexes. I'm listening, Mike. I'm listening. What have you got to teach me? Stand and stretch. That's good. I'm only gonna go for maybe another 15 minutes. I don't want to be too overtime. And then I'll be doing lots of stretches. Taking a good break. As one should. We should all take breaks. Give it more weight on that thing. Whoops. Hi Z, how are you? Hi Chase. That's really good to hear. That's good to hear, Jake. I'm glad. Commissions? You're doing commissions on an illustration on a longboard. Nice, Link. I'm so happy to hear that. That's great. All right, I'll see you, Sculpt MJ. I hope you have a great evening. Thanks so much for hanging out.
Round and round we go, losing self-control. I keep telling myself, but I don't wanna let you know. Is this what we become? Strangers on the run, looking for something, chasing the sun. All those days, trying to find a place where you won't make them just be alone, be alone. All those nights, lying by your side, like it's a vibe, feeling it shine under your spotlight. Like it's a vibe under your spotlight. That's the way every day goes. Looking back, I know we started falling. We were falling in love, yeah. Took my heart and you rode off. Was I feeling never enough for you, baby? When you left me chasing you, chasing you. Trying to find a place where we can be alone. All those nights lying by your side, like it's a vibe
On Twitch, I have 100
under your spotlight.
people. Yeah, I have no idea what the viewer count is. The restream viewer count for me is always busted, so I always feel like I'm talking to maybe like 20 buds. Always ends up being like, oh hey, there's so many people here.
Like it's a vibe under your spotlight. I find myself go in and out of apathy for you and me. We're hanging on possibilities too long.
Just like autosave pops up, escape immediately. It's just like a reflex now. I just like jam escape.
My cry is the only sound, baby, turn around. Last chance, it didn't work out. I'm on the edge of scream and shout. I'm falling
152? Oh, wow.
You make me weak, detoxify my every need. Don't wanna melt in your misery. Our battles won through that mystery. I'm running through the wild right now. Your love is like an empty crowd. My cry is the only sound.
It's actually really surprising it's that high this late at night. For me, it's 10:30 p.m.
Already gone. Tried a million times for you. Can't wait too long. Baby, now we're through. Already gone. Already gone. Already gone. Day turns into night, and the order of the world fades in your eyes. But you make my worries go. You talk to me. You promise simple memories, and the pain in those eyes. I'm on a railroad. I'm on a road, feeling so habitual. It's alright. It's alright.
Could I explain what I did with the masking? Okay, so yeah, all you gotta do is mask and pull things. So if you were to just kind of like grab a small slice like this and then invert and then take the snake hook brush or a move brush and then pull, right? Because it's so thin of a line, you start getting like issues. But I like the issues, you know? I'm a problem child that loves working with more issues the better. I like making problems, right? So you can do stuff like this, which I'm definitely going to do because I want to bring in that like leafy feel to things.
But you make my worries go. You talk to me. Your promise is just a memory, and the tears in your eyes. A moment there is slow.
It helps though if your mesh underneath is nice and rough too, so that you get more issues. More delicious issues. More problems to play with. Who doesn't like problems? Crunch for the crunch gods! Yeah, you get it. You get it. It's got them apple bottom jeans, boots with the fur. How do you deal with said problems, though, with those intersecting edges? Depends. What do you want to do with it? Do you want it to be for a game, in which case you would make them cards? You would just use this as a proof of concept? In all cases, you would just use this as a proof of concept. You would not use this as the final. You would always go back and do something cleaner if you wanted to use this for production. Right? This is a proof of concept. This is not a final thing. It's just sort of like, hey, do you like this? Is this cool? If so, we can make it work. But if it's for games, yeah, you can make it like, you know, cards. You could attach like leaves that have these fluffy things, you know, into the geometry. It would be a very complicated model, but you know, if you're doing that kind of a thing, then let's say this is like some hero monster. It's extra as heck because I'm not doing this for production. I'm just doing this for illustration. And illustration concept stuff, like, it can be like as nutty as you want it to be. I love using these as like things to then paint over, like bases for paintings. This is sticking out too much. I need it to follow the silhouette. ZBrush can't move as fast on your computer? Yeah, if you can upgrade your RAM though, that'll change. I have 64 gigs. If you have even more than that, then it runs like butter. Alright, you know what? I think this is good for tonight. What do you guys think? I could keep going and going and going, but I think this is pretty good. Especially since it's 10:30. Should probably stop. Let's do that. There we go. Just joined? Did I use references? No, this was just for fun, out of my head. Mudbox. Oh my god, please stop. Depends, but killing the ideas just because of topology is not a good way to think about it. I agree. I 100% agree. If there is a way around things, like let's say the look is it, you know, like always try to say yes first. If time permits, say yes first, try it, and then if it does not work, then at least you tried. And I think that's the most important thing in order to get really good results for, like, you know, new and exciting designs in film and games, is to always try to say yes first if time permits, right? Impressed how you do it so fast. Oh, thanks. Yeah, no, it's once you learn the magic tricks, then it's super easy, super fast. All right, okay, well, thank you guys so much for hanging out. Sorry for talking your faces off and not sculpting for like half of this stream. I literally talked for half of this stream. Sorry about that. But I hope that it was helpful to some of you. If you have any further questions or anything, my DMs are always open. I try to, like, you know, go through them once a night before bed at least. Like sometimes I won't see your stuff for a couple of days. I just like, I'm so busy doing stuff that it's hard for me to always be on Instagram answering things. But if you do have questions, I'll try and get to them and help as much as I possibly can, because I know trying to get help it's hard. So feel free to get me on any of my socials right here. And if you wanted to see when I go live next, I usually post on my socials as well. And yeah, feel free to reach out if you have any questions or anything like that. Anyways, oh yeah, and if you liked ZBrush, couple things before you go. If you like ZBrush and you haven't tried it yet, Pixologic does offer 30 days for free. And if you're, super new to sculpting and art in general, you just want to see what it's like to sculpt in 3D, there's a free forever version, super stripped down, called ZBrush Core Mini, and that just has like a couple of tools, like just a handful of brushes, just so that you can try using it. It's always in Sculptress Pro mode, so none of this particular stretchy geometry, but you can get the idea of what sculpting in 3D is like, digital sculpting is like. So if that's something that will be beneficial to you, I'd recommend downloading that and trying it. It's for free. And the Sculpt Off is going to be happening at the summit, and if you're interested in participating in the Sculpt Off, there's crazy prizes that you can win. I recommend everyone to participate if you can. Definitely check that out. Hell yes, in there with the links. Yeah, so check out the comments or the stream chat for links of the ZBrush trials and the Sculpt Off as well. Definitely check out the Sculpt Off though. It was so much fun last year. I probably won't be participating in it this year, right? But it's a lot of fun, and if I could, I would participate in it, all right? But it would be weird for me to do that. So I hope you guys have a really good evening. I will see you on the next one, which I should be streaming next week if I'm not absolutely disgustingly swamped with work. All right? Okay. Love you guys. I'll see you. Good night. Check out the other streamers. Okay.